I wonder if it went through. Hey, there he is. Yo, how's it going? Raise fire, what's up? Also, my music's like shopping out on me. Yeah, I hope your stream was well. I don't know what the heck you were doing, but it looked very interesting. The like the word fusion thing. I don't know what was going on there. But I
No,
did see Super Gay Mario Maker. That's when I popped in. And I was like, yeah, that sounds about right. No, the raid has been canceled. Nice. He made Jesus whole. I don't even know what that could even be, but I feel like I would need some context on that. See, I just woke up like, I don't know, half an hour to an hour ago, so I missed out on a lot of it. Super Gay and 9/11. But yeah, I don't even know, like, how does a game like combine words? Like, how does it work? Because that thing seems kind of nutty. Infinite Craft and AI. It's with AI. I figured, but it's just kind of going all over the place, though. Anyway, so yeah, I'm still trying to get to 1 mil, but in this game, but I've been kind of like on and off of this game just because January just kind of sucked as like a streaming month, like just like in general, not just for me, but I feel like for anyone. So I'm like kind of like trying to like get back into the groove again for February, and I feel like I've had at least like a good rebound with that because you know we got the big old Aura raid, and now we got this raid. I feel like we're back in it again. I think we're back in the swing of things. And on top of that, I've been playing this other game for the most of January called Maple Story. It's a game where that I used to be rank 1 in a very long time ago, before this game, like a decade ago, for my job and server combination. And Parks just started playing, and so that's kind of why I got into that. And we're gonna go boxing, the two of us. I think probably tomorrow, so that could be fun. I don't know if we'll stream it or not. I have to say, as you learned from a small stream, it has some very cursed results. Yeah. Oh, is that where you got it from? Well, my boxing? Did I say it was boxing? No, I said it was bossing. Boxing? Bossing as in like, you know, a thing you do in MMOs where you kill a monster that's stronger than most of the other ones. Yeah. No, we're going boxing. Me and him are just gonna box each other. We're just gonna go to Vegas and get some gloves out. You're boxing too. But no, we're gonna go kill some bosses that we actually tried to kill like 2 weeks ago, but then scuff things happened. Like apparently he had gone with one of his other friends, like Ed, but like he died in the boss fight, but his friend still killed it. Uh, so it counted as a clear still, so he couldn't do it for the whole week, so he didn't get the drops. And I'm at the point now where I can help out too. So, but here's the thing: he told me that on Wednesday 5 p.m. my time or whatever Mountain Time, that apparently he was going somewhere, but he might have a little time for it. So apparently he's going to be driving to like California or something on the same day. So yeah, I feel like everything's just kind of like all over the place, and I don't even know if we're gonna finish it on time. But yeah, Parks are of all people. It's crazy. I've been in a voice call with Parkster before Raise Fire, which is interesting because I've just like kind of uh, started talking to Parkser recently. Well, the story with that also is I've actually met Parkser in person at TwitchCon after meeting Order, like literally 5 minutes after that, because okay, story with that's kind of wild. Aura had like a meet and greet sort of thing, and then Aura, me and Aura were like the last two left, or last two or three people left. So we took like a taxi, like just the both of us, and we wanted to walk around the showroom floor together before the meet and greet with Doug Doug, which is what was my plans afterwards. So me and Aura were just kind of chilling, walking around. You know, I got to hang out with the bald man. Pretty cool. And then right after that, like I showed Aura where the meet and greets were because he had no idea about it this year. And then I went into the Doug Doug line and I met Doug Doug and Parkser. And Parkser had just raided me like a couple days before TwitchCon, so I was like, dude, I was like the last guy you raided. And he was like, oh shit. Or something like that, whatever Parkser says. That's equivalent to oh shit. But anyway, after that happened, you know, like a month later, he got into a game called Maple Story, which is what I was talking about earlier, right? And I noticed him playing that. I was like, oh man, I gotta hop in there. I gotta play that game as well because, like I said, you know, that game's kind of my roots. That game is why I'm so good at grinding in this game, because that game's just like super grindy game. I caught up to Parkser, who had apparently been playing for a couple weeks in just like a day and a half. So that was kind of funny. And so I was like ready to go bossing with him and stuff like that. And we actually did that. And like his most recent VOD is I make a guest appearance where I'm actually like doing some scuffed bosses with him, except we're like dying because we're like super weak. But now we're like stronger. So that's the whole entire story with that. So, or at least like the abridged version of that. So that's where I was like the last like month and a half. Yeah. But yeah, I think it'll be interesting when I get to go boss with him, because apparently he's getting close to the point where my like main character that I haven't touched for like 10 years is like at, because apparently it's like super easy to level up and progress compared to back then. So this is all like new content for me, pretty much. And I might even stream it, because I tried to stream it once and it went pretty well, except there was some crashes. So I don't know, we'll see. I don't know, I just like essayed you guys, but I had a lot to say there, I don't know. I was essaying real quick. But yeah, I'm still playing this game. In fact, I lost a lot of lead for myself versus the rank 2. So I still need to like play both games at the same time. So, you know, I'll hop in Mario Maker and do my grinds. Like, when Aura raided me, I streamed like 15 hours that day, and I wasn't planning to do that, but, you know, I was like, you know what, I kind of need this. Just because the raid, I was like not getting like any raids in January, and that's kind of like my main source of revenue for Twitch. Actual good timing for ads right after the story. Nice. We get the edge. Yeah, speaking of though, how long ago was the Aura raid? 48 hours ago, or so. Actually a little bit less. It was 5 a.m., so like 42 hours ago. Yeah, so not too bad. I was get a free $5 month review. Hell yeah! Actually, $2.5 technically, unless unless that's like a tier 2 sub. Actually, not even. Now it's crazy because like with different countries giving out different amounts, I think. So I mean, it's kind of hard to say how much I can even get from a person when I get subbed. I think it costs $5, or like their equivalent of $5 or whatever. Actually, I'm not really sure how it's priced. Like I used to like it used to be like universally, I think, cost $5, and then I would get 50% of that, so I'd get $2.50 per sub. But you know, now it's wacky. I think I got like a 10 gifted sub bomb one time, but then I only got like $1 per sub because I think it was in a country where sub bombing was very cheap. Yeah. I mean, I still appreciate it though. I mean, that's free channel point. I mean, not channel points. Sub points for the the emotes. That's always still good to try to get. Although I have all the available slots for affiliates, so all I have to do is, you know, get partner, you know, and I can actually use those slots. I think I already have an extra slot or two that I would get when I become partner. I think you just get an extra 1 slot for being a partner, and then I have already unlocked like the next tier of stuff for that already, or next like 2 tiers, I think. I think at one point I had like 65 sub points or 80 sub points, I can't remember. I heard that as accidentally donate for a second. I was like, you should be accidentally giving me money. Occasionally, though. Yeah, there's definitely I think there was a recent change too. Or at least with one of their systems. It might have been Prime subs that were recently changed, and it might have already been that prior for like a year or so. I don't remember. Oss is $2.15. Yeah, Oss still pays quite a bit. Is that for me getting the money, or does it cost $4.30 USD in Oss to sub, and then I get 50% of that? Okay, it's for me. Gotcha. The change happened on January 24th. Okay, yeah, so something was recent. Yeah. Because that's like, I don't know, is that 3 weeks ago? It costs $8 Oss to sub, so 5 USD. Close enough. Is that $5 on the money though? And like, is that the actual like exchange rate? 1.6 to 1? Do I still get... I thought they changed that. I thought they changed that Prime is now based on region. Or how much I make from people's primes based on their region. Or is it only just manual subbing? I don't know what's going on with Twitch anymore. Like, Prime is based on region, regular subs are untouched. Oh, only Prime is based on region, okay. I thought regular subs were also already different priced, though. So now both things are different priced, right? Or region variant? Oh my god. Turkey flag is 9 cents USD. That's wild. Why is it so cheap? Is their economy just like in shambles right now? Just probably some of these regions have Prime. Yeah, I saw a lot of like South American countries have Prime, I think, or like were listed there, and it's like, I I don't see a lot of South American streamers, let's just say. So I'm assuming there's probably proportionally not that many South American viewers. Turkish Prime is $1. They were losing money on every Prime sum from Turkey. Yeah, that's wilding. Wait, so Amazon gets 90% of the cut? That's also scuffed. Oh, I get 9 cents. Okay. I thought you said it costs, it costs that much to sub. And I had to think about that real quick because, like, no, that's not how that works. Because, you know, they have their own Prime system, and Prime usually costs like 140 USD or whatever. I was like, wait a minute, that can't be a dollar. Does it actually cost that much over there? $1 per month? Where it costs like 140 a year here, or like 10 times as much? I guess not a lot of people are using Prime over there or something. Or maybe everyone is, because they can probably afford it, maybe. Oh, is it just like wildly fluctuating right now? And Amazon just didn't want to deal with that? Yeah, that's not a lot. Well, it could be worse. It could be Venezuela. I feel like that's always been like, uh, just like in a wild state, in terms of their currency. Because from what I remember, I heard a story about, you know, Venezuelan RuneScape players literally playing the game to just make actual money by like making bots. OSRS players or Venezuelan players would just like make a bunch of bots, and then that would be like the best way or one of the best ways to actually make money, which is just like wild. Because they would then sell the gold, right, for real money. Yeah, how's it going, Sushi Speed? But yeah, stories like that are just like kind of wild to me. I'm like half paying attention here. I just realized like 30 seconds after this level started, I'm in an auto level. I'm like half eating though too. I was not prepared for the raid because I was just like eating some wings. I was like, oh crap, I'm raided, or I got raided. You never seen me play this game before? Dang, must be new here. Yeah, I don't know when I'm gonna hit 1 mil, by the way. It might be like a year from now. But I've laid out the roadmap, by the way, or I mean, like, for my goals, I guess, or not really goals, but like the checkpoints. Um, that I have to like be there by, and there's like 4 checkpoints, right, for me to hit 1 mil. Because if I miss, if I don't get there in time, then you know, this game is gonna be, you know, no one's gonna care about the game anymore. Basically, when SMM3 comes out, people are like not going to care about SMM2 really at all. Just like when SMM2 came out, not really many people cared about SMM1. I have an updated forecast for the date? No, but I mean I have goals. You know, so I think I've mentioned this before, but like there's like 4 checkpoints, right? And the first one is the new console gets announced, assuming like because SMM3 is going to be on the new console, right? Unless they pull some Splatoon or Xenoblade, you know, thing where they put 3 on the same console as 2. But I don't think they're gonna do that because we're just late in the cycle of the system. I don't think SMM3 is gonna be on the, this console. But yeah, first checkpoint is new console gets announced, right? That's probably gonna happen this year, maybe, probably. I'd say more than maybe, probably like probably. It's probably going to get announced. And then the second checkpoint is, you know, it actually coming out. And then the third checkpoint is SMM3 getting announced. You know, this and the second checkpoint actually can intermingle. Maybe SMM3 gets announced before the second console comes out. I don't know. But then the final checkpoint is SMM3 comes out. So that I have to hit 1 mil before that 4th checkpoint. And we're not even on the first one yet. So we got like plenty of time, I think, to spare. We have a lot of time to spare before it happens, I think. Because, I don't know, what would be the timeline for that? Like, let's say the next console is announced. Like, how much time would I have, would you guys predict I have after that point? Like, probably 2 years? I think I got this in the bag. I think I'm gonna make it before we even get to, maybe, like, checkpoint 2. I don't think I'm gonna make it to 1 mil before checkpoint 1. But I'm probably gonna get there before checkpoint 2. I think the next console is going to be announced. And I might be able to get to 1 mil before either the next console comes out or SMM3 is even announced. So I guess we'll see on that. I mean, we still got like, assumingly another like year, right? Worst case scenario, they announce the new console, and SMM3 is like one of the first games on it, and it comes out tomorrow after they announce the console. I think that's gonna happen. That'd be wild, though. I mean, that'd be crazy. But imagine. I feel like that's some SMM3 copium, some or SMM3, right? I mean, I still want the game to come out. It's not like I don't want it to come out. It's just I want to hit the goals before it comes out, right? Yeah. So, yeah, I gotta get cracking, right? And at the same time, I have to, you know, defend my rank 1 from this advancing wall of doom, 400 levels a day player. He's kind of close to me, but I'm able to like easily push him away if I'm actually like focus SMM2. But since I'm distracted between this game and Maple Story, I've had a little bit of difficulty with that because I'm grinding like wildfire in that game right now. I've already made 30 guys, so each guy I gotta get to like level 140. And I have to do this like 42 times or something like that. We Maple Treeway Story? Yeah, something like that. Not quite, but the Maple Leaf is involved. Big jump from Turkey. Wait, sorry, I didn't read the last message. You were looking at the prime price list again because you're curious on what country was the second cheapest, and it's tied for Egypt and Macedonia. Yeah, I mean, I don't really know too many people watching Twitch in either of those countries, or who would have Prime. but I guess it makes sense that it would be that cheap. And wait, is that how much I get paid from a person from those two countries, or is that how much it costs per month for them again? I assume the former, not the last word. The take home for me, yeah. You know, we'll just get like a bunch of people from Egypt hyped on my streams. That'd be the best way to get what's it called? Sub points for, you know, the emote. Should I become a partner? You know, we'll just get like 10,000 guides to from Egypt to all sub to me, and I'll get like the max possible slots, right? How much would that cost? Would that be like $5,500? That's not too bad. Well, I mean, no, that's how much I would make from that, I guess, not how much it would actually cost, because it would cost twice as much, right? So I guess it would still cost like $11,000 or something. Yeah, I don't think I would. I don't think I would personally pay for that. I've got me some of my emote slots. You know, when I was at my peak, and I was like, you know, I only need like a couple more. You know, I would pay for like 5 or something, and then boost myself up to that point. Because, you know, you can just give other people subs in your own channel. But yeah, I don't think I'm gonna do that for like 10,000 people. Like if I move to Egypt. Yeah, I mean, you'd get half of it back. VPN to Egypt. I don't know about that. I feel like Twitch might suspect something if I do that. Usually, I'm assuming that, you know, there's not a lot of people from Egypt that are subbing, so I feel like their financial team would get on my ass if I did that. And I would probably get banned. And I don't think I want that for some silly emotes that I can just alternatively supply on 7TV anyway. Sure, they're not like, you know, applied to every channel out there, but whatever. I could just lazily tell people, hey, just go use my emotes on 7TV if I want to. More than they already are, yeah. I mean, hey, if you guys remember the whole thing about me getting purple screen, the last time it happened was before TwitchCon, and it hasn't happened since I talked to literally one of the higher ups at TwitchCon, like one of the higher up staff members that dealt with, you know, that like ad revenue, and I haven't had it since. So maybe they actually looked into it. So I haven't had to deal with that, but at the same time, I have toned down the spamming from 8-minute cooldown to 12-minute cooldown. So like now I can do it again. It's been 12 minutes like that, and maybe that's it. Like I did, like both things happened at the same time. Like I toned down to 12 minutes, and I made the argument that I'm only doing it once every 12 minutes, and they were like, "That's more than okay. You can even do more than that," is what they said, and I'm like. But I got, you know, I got purple screen the last time that happened, so I don't know. And yeah, they keep saying that it's like a type 1 error, you know, a false alarm sort of thing. 8 ads. Yeah, I mean, when I was reminded to put out ads when I saw the button was available, I pushed it. Yeah, I have this thing on my stream deck that has like a blue countdown timer, and it turns to black when the timer hits 0. So now I don't even have to really look at the timer itself, but I mean it's still there on it. And that's the time I have to push the button to optimally make money. Essentially. Yeah, it's not suspicious at all. Yeah, you guys just want to VPN to Egypt real quick? You know, we'll go through all that effort just for a couple little sub points. Are these specifically targeted? Oh, because you accept cookies everywhere. Yeah, I don't eat any internet cookies. I refuse them when they're offered to me. I'll spit them out. But then again, I try my best to have an ad-free experience when I'm online. At least in the places where, you know, it doesn't matter that much. I know, right? Like, I will watch ads on Twitch, and that's pretty much like the only place I watch ads, because, you know, it'd be kind of hypocritical if I didn't. But most of the channels I'm already subbed to anyways, so it's rarely an issue. I don't think I'm subbed to Raze right now, so I did get some ads when I was, like, chilling in his stream, but I feel like, you know, I'll give him some money. I mean, he's giving me money, right? I'll give him a couple cents per watch. I think that sounds good to me, right? And yeah, I watch the Bald Man's ads. I'll watch, like, everyone's ads who I, like, watch on Twitch, pretty much, because I actually support those guys. Started getting targeted ads that were poorly targeted because of the project you were working on. Oh, yeah, didn't you say you got, like, something, or you got, like, a data job or something because of me? Like, dang, I don't even have a data job because of me. Although, honestly, I haven't really been looking, so that's kind of the me issue. But I mean, years ago, it'd be nice if I could give myself my own job, right? But no, I had just, like, a bad resume, pretty much, because, like, I mean, the only experience I had was pretty much, like, school and then working as, like, a cook. And then the pandemic happened on top of that, so no one was hiring anyways, so yeah, I was in a tough spot where I couldn't really, like, look for a job. So I was just like, yeah, fuck it, I'm just gonna start streaming, I guess. And it, you know, kind of worked out for the most part. But some of the analysis you did in Mario Maker data on one of your projects on your resume, nice. Yeah, honestly, I mean, if I were to, like, hunt for a job, one thing I could just, like, do is I could, you know how I have this playlist, right, on my exclamation mark, hold on. Can't type with my non-backlit keyboard very well. Yeah, I have this, and then I have a playlist specifically of people, like, I didn't make any of the videos, but it's everyone else's work that have, you know, cited me, or, like, you know, referenced me, or, like, shouted me out, pretty much. Like, for example, like, Ray's doing a project on, like, or, like, a stream on, the worst levels in the game, for example, you know, I'd have that in my playlist. So it's just a list of everyone's, like, you know, big YouTubers, like Ray's and DGR, list of all the stuff that I've done for them, basically. You know, direct, you know, them asking me for something, and then me giving them something. And then I just made a playlist out of that. So I would consider that, like, an equivalent to a resume. And if I had updated my resume at some point, or if I decide to update my resume at some point, I might as well just, like, put that link in there. Because, you know, hey, I actually did some stuff, right? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I wonder how to say, like, that professionally, though. Helped streamers with video game, with data. what would be a good way to like rephrase that? You guys are just gonna build my resume for me. Given that you guys know my history, right? Did independent contractor work with data? Yeah, I guess. I wouldn't say it's like contract work. We never really signed a contract. I would say freelancing though, maybe. Maybe that might be the play. Would that be would that count? Freelance data scientist / engineering? Contractor is a more formal way to say freelance. Personal projects was a subheading you put it under? Oh, gotcha. Oh, for your thing? Gotcha, gotcha. But yeah, anyway, let's see. Yeah, so I was there for Raze when he was about to raid me, so I heard the reason why he raided me. Because I did send him some data. I did send him some data, but that's because it was stuff that I was already, or that I had already done for him. So basically, it was the... Okay, the story with that is DGR contacted me, and he wanted the worst levels. But the thing with that is, he was originally doing from a different time period. He was using a different algorithm. He was using booze divided by likes, and that was before me and Raze discovered the meta where likes equals 0 causes problems. Because, well, for multiple reasons. One, I mean, just division by 0, and two, I mean, even if you set it up as like an additive ratio, you know, there's still the issue that Nintendo manually resets creators' likes to 0 if they make like troll levels, which skews the data, right? So we decided to go with booze versus plays instead, which is, I feel like, much more accurate for determining like the worst levels in the game. So I gave DGR that, and he also wanted new levels. Like, new was one of the words you know, that was a keyword that I wanted to focus on. His, you know, his previous list was obviously outdated, right, at this point, because it's been multiple years. So, what I did was I went back into, you know, that same query that I ran a couple years ago, but I had an issue there, and we're going back to this new keyword, right? And allow me to explain with a spreadsheet. Hold on, let me pop it up real quick here. This might take 15 seconds or so. Alright, so I have this guy here. And let's take a look at, you guys by now are mostly familiar with like data IDs and like the chronological way that the game stores levels, right, at this point. So I grouped everything in like millions. So this is basically like time chunks, maybe one could, like a different way to phrase it is like each million represents a different period of time. Like when the game came out with ID 3 million, for example, that's the first level in the game. So I grouped them by millions, and I have a couple columns in there of note. The average plays and the range day count. So the range day count is basically how long it took people to make a million data ID levels, you know, regardless of if they deleted them or not. How long it took people to make a million levels. So when the game first came out, as you can see, column E, row 2, it took them 5 days to make a million levels. And then it went to 7, and then to 9, and then 10. You know, pretty active. You know, to be expected of the game coming out. You know, high player count, people making levels all over the place. But then it starts to go up to like as high as 43, and then there's an update that happens, and it drops back down to 7. This is in 2020, and then it goes up again because, you know, they just stopped updating the game. And then I feel like we're at 71 now, so that's the highest it's ever been. So obviously people aren't making levels as quickly as they used to. So that was kind of like a side point that I wanted to make, but the main point here is if you look at the C column, the average plays, there's two factors here. One of which is, you know, the lack of players playing levels, and two, new levels are naturally, regardless of if the game's popping off or not, is going to have less plays than older levels, because older levels have just naturally had more time to accumulate those plays, right? So, you know, just those two factors together, you can see the downward trend of the levels. And one of my search criterias for Raise was it had to be a greater than or equal to 100 plays. That's the one that he came up with. And it worked fine a couple years ago, but now it doesn't. So I had to reduce it down to 25. So that's where I was getting at with that. Posted it before in the Raise board. Yeah, I posted this thing to him. But yeah, this is something else, because this actually has to do with like level creation. Yeah. So I have to shift it down to 25 plays. And even then I was barely getting, because originally, like, the reason I had to do that was I was only getting results from 2022 or earlier. And the keyword, like I said, we're going back to this, was new. And, you know, before I sent the sheet off to DGR, I wanted to double check and make sure I had new levels in there. You know, ideally stuff from 2023, and not a single level from 2023 was in there. So it's like, okay, we gotta make some changes real quick. So I had to decide on, you know, sacrifice some accuracy by lowering the play count, but at the same time actually getting some 2023 levels in there. And I think I only got, like, I don't know, like 10 out of like the 1,000 still. So yeah, I mean, dude, being a data scientist is hard. Okay, we have to make these decisions. Okay. But yeah, game dying. To sum it up for those that are not following along as much. Game dead. So, yeah, I mean, it's tough. But hey, maybe one day we'll make it to data ID 50 million, maybe? Actually, probably in like, I don't know, like less than 90 days, perhaps. We'll see. Yeah, I actually pushed the button there because I was done with my tangent. And I saw the button was black, and I think it was black for like at least 2 minutes, so that means I needed to hit it. But I didn't want to do it like mid-tangent, right? Is this just an auto level? Hold on, do I crack open a drink? Because I'm actually kind of dehydrated here. One sec. Oh, the auto ended, not, or this level's a little bit longer than I thought it was going to be. Or had some manual input involved, I should say. Okay, I can still open my drink. And look at the 50 millionth 47 level when it comes out. Yeah, it'll be like a 47 million. I mean, 47 millionth level because that would be data ID 50 million. I mean, realistically, data ID 53 million would be the 50 millionth level, right? I'm still surprised that I still have 34 million levels in my database. So I wonder what's the true like percentage of levels I have in my database out of all possible levels at this point. I mean, that are still like not deleted. I mean, people are still making levels every day, right? You know, on average, I think based on this sheet, it's I think this is in column F, the IDs per day. We're still at 14,000 on the most recent iteration, or the most recent million. So people are still making 14,000 levels a day, regardless of if they delete them or not, or their older levels or whatever. Let's see, what's 14,084 divided by 24? People are still making 586.83 levels an hour, which means every minute they're making 9.78 levels. And then, I mean, if I divided it by 60 again, we would get less than 1 at that point. I mean, that sounds about right. I mean, if you check, if you go into new courses, right, you'll still find about probably 10 new levels a minute, right? Now, this is assuming, like, every single hour and minute of the day is equal, which they're not. You know, there's busier times of the day than others, right? But this is just an average. It does help that there's a population center in you know, North America, and then a population center in Japan. You know, when there's different peak hours basically and transitional hours. Ooh, something interesting I just thought of is what's the most common time that people like in a given day, like in a 24-hour period, are people active, and that could be something I look up. What are the most common minute-hour combinations, I guess? Or hour-minute. I don't know, I could look that up at some point. I would have to do some SQLing behind the scenes. Some SQL-ga. I don't know if I could whip that out right now. It might take some time to run. But the player base itself, oh, I haven't really updated the player database in a while. Like, I haven't been running the thing that accumulates player data in quite a while, like half a year or so. But like at the time, there were 250,000 something players in a 30-day period that were active. So to say it's completely dead, you know, and this was like half a year ago, I don't think it's completely dead quite yet. Like, people are still playing. It is the 23rd most best-selling game on the Switch, I think, right? Dizziness graphs that Google Maps uses, but for levels upload time. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And I think of grouping it by, I don't know, hours and minutes, maybe? I probably wouldn't include seconds, because at that point, you know, that's just kind of dumb. But yeah, maybe hours and minutes would be the best thing, because at that point, you know, I can divide the data up by each minute of the day. You know, to see if like 5 a.m. is more popping off than 7:18 p.m. or something, for example. Of course, I think everything's in UTC, so we'd have to make some conversions in our minds, of course. But it could be interesting. Speaking of interesting things, like, if you guys have any suggestions of things you guys want to see, now's my chance to plug in the thing that I've been working on, like, I don't know, like a week ago? Was it a week ago? So basically, I'm taking on, whatever... yeah, oh, I still don't have a Discord thing. There's no point in putting a Discord link, by the way, because it's sub-only. So people can just connect their Discords, but that would be the message that would be said: is connect your Discord with your Twitch, so that you can sub easily to all the sub-only channels if you're already subbed, or be a part of the sub-only channels. Like Aura has one, for example, and that's how I found it. Or if that's how I found his, or that's how he told me to find his, is the same thing I'm telling you guys when I first was like wondering about that stuff. So yeah, you don't need any Discord links, because it's sub only anyways. But once you are subbed to this channel, like on Twitch, then you'll have access to the Discord. And then in the Discord, there's a thing I'm doing where any, like, I don't know, like 15-minute or less coding projects, or like data stuff, or data requests, if you guys like post it like on that channel, in a very specific channel, I will go do it, and I'll do it for, you know, the cost of the Twitch sub, basically. So I'm basically being paid with the Twitch sub to do some small coding adventure, right? So that's what I'm or that's the sort of thing that I've set up. I've already done a couple of requests, and I feel like it's, like, you know, popping off a little bit. So if you guys are interested, if you guys want to see like data from this game, like very specific, a very specific request, or not just this game, but just like any data stuff in general, or like any small coding thing, it doesn't even have to be Mario Maker 2. You know, I'll be a freelancing guy, basically. Yeah, and I made the request public because, you know, then I can actually do them and let people see the results, basically. So I think that would be interesting. So we'll see how that is, like, if it ends up actually growing into something actually, like, cool. It'd be cool if, you know, Ray's, like, you know, posted in there. That way I could just do that more directly, if you know what I mean. For example, or like DGR or something, like, you know, those guys who actually like formally ask me for stuff. But whatever, I'm still fine with them just like reaching out and just like one-on-oneing, because I guess, well, I mean, there are some things that shouldn't be like public anyways, like example for content that they want to, like, you know, exclusively have. And I still send invites like a normal Discord for them. Yeah, but I don't know. I feel like it's like the wording. Like, I feel like I don't really like want to go out of my way to like ask them, hey, you should join my Discord. Cause I don't know. It just feels wrong. Feels like, you know, beggars, or like I'm begging or something. I don't know. No, I'm not about that. If it happens, I want it to happen like naturally, right? Like if I end up like if this ends up like popping off, then, you know, then just word of mouth would be the best way, I guess, to approach it, or something. I don't know. So basically, you know, just like a Yelp review, you know, if I do good work, then you guys spread the word, and then, you know, eventually that sort of grows, right? If I give satisfactory results, basically. You're mostly wondering if the sub-only thing would still apply. You weren't thinking about it. Well, I guess they would still have to like sub to see the channel, because I'm just like one of the hard thing. I mean, one of the hard requirements is you have to be sub to access it. But I will say, yeah, those are definitely special cases because indirectly I will probably be making a lot more by helping them out than them giving me a sub. No exceptions. Well, yeah, technically exceptions. What I was just mentioning, like I'll still existingly, like, you know, if someone reaches out to me that's like a streamer like those guys, I will probably help them because I know that it's most definitely worth it to do that. Rather than to like ask them to like join my silly little Discord, you know what I mean? Basically, don't fuck up that opportunity, right? Yeah. I'm saying though, in the perfect world, you know, I could set something up like, you know, the thing I was describing. But yeah, my approach for like I guess getting my like data stuff known is I just show people like the data. For example, like when I posted that thing on Reddit for MapleStory for all like the common classes, I showed it to Parkster as well, just so you know he could get in the know about that. And he said he was interested in taking a look at that. Oh yeah, I physically also showed him a list of all the TwitchCon partner goers because that was scrapable from their website, and you know he was kind of fascinated by that. Like I showed him that on my phone, like in person, like when I did the meet and greet. I also showed Orb that too, and he was he liked that too, I think. No, yeah, no. No, of course. When I went to TwitchCon, I had to have my, you know, my data prepared, right? You know, to like all the people I wanted to like meet and greet, I gotta show my data off, right? So I think I ended up meeting like, uh, so yeah, the first person I met was I think I ate your pie, and I showed him some data. And then of course also Order, Mitch Flower Power. I showed all those good guys the data. Some of which for, you know, TwitchCon itself, some of which for Mario Maker, all that good stuff. And then Doug and Parkster too, when I saw them, which, you know, was part of that whole story I was talking about at the beginning of the stream. Yeah, look at these numbers. It also ties into even like Doug's video. There's a video that Doug made, which is like, to be successful as like a content creator, you should find your two strengths. I don't know if you have seen that video or not, but yeah, basically you've got to find your two strengths, or like two things that make you unique. And I don't remember what his was, but you know, I figured mine, or like my selling point basically, is one, my grinding. That's like the I feel like what most people are here for, and then my secondary attribute is, you know, my data stuff, or just my engineering background in general. Would be my secondary thing, right? Yeah, the grinds. But yeah, I think those two pretty much define this channel, right? Is grinding first and foremost, and you know, sciencey stuff as a secondary thing, right? I think that's my selling point. Because, you know, when people are here, I like to show them fun stuff. At least in my opinion. Also, I think it supplements the whole, oh, you're only playing easy levels sort of thing. I think both of those two combat that. Because if I was just, like, playing easy levels alone without any, like, context, and I wasn't, like, the rank 1 or something, I would feel like the stream would be, like, 100%, like, unwatchable. I don't know. Or at least 90% unwatchable. And I didn't have, like, any, like, data background or anything like that. I feel like I'd have probably a much harder time growing my audience, maybe. Oh, I'm dead. I don't know, what do you guys think? In terms of, like, the whole, like, 2 strength thing, I mean. I think it's a good system. Just, like, focus on, like, the 2 things that you know you're, like, good at, that you know that you have to offer that most of the world does not. Tertiary thing, I would say, is probably the jams, by the way, because I feel like because no one else really has jams in their video, you know, my third selling point is the bangers. It's an interesting way of thinking about content creation. You haven't seen that video? Yeah, I would recommend taking a look at that at some point. I'd probably have to find it, but I don't know. Just search Doug Doug. I don't remember what other search term you could even put in there to find that video, but I don't remember if it's on his main channel or not. It might be. I don't know. Maybe I could physically ask Parkster about it when I go bossing with him on Wednesday. Oh wait, today's Wednesday in 17 hours. In 17 hours, if we do go bossing, because I don't even know if we're gonna go bossing because, like I said, he's apparently going to California, but he said, "Yeah, I have time." So I think he may have found it. Yeah, it might be that. I haven't clicked the video, but it could be that. Yeah, it's like a super long. Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah, I think it's that. Yeah, it's a super long video from what I remember when I was watching it. Yeah, I just randomly stumbled upon it. Yeah, it's not even on his main channel either. It's on his one of his secondary channels, the Doug 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 channel. Yeah. Oh, Parkster told me that Doug Doug was like hanging out with his girlfriend or something on Valentine's Day. I don't know why that's relevant, but like I don't know. He shared that with me apparently, and that's just like one of the things I remembered. I was like, well, he has a girlfriend. So apparently he said that he has the house to himself, which is what he told me. I didn't know that, but I mean that's cool. And I remember in like one of his videos, he just like lives in like a really big house that even has like a pool. Like recall the whole pool stream where Parkster was in a suit. A very recent one that they did for like a part of the stream, whatever it was called, the the Otter stream, the charity stream. Parkster has no. Parkster's in Vegas, but I don't remember why. But he shared that Doug's in his residence with his girlfriend or something. Oh, hold on. Also, if you give me like a minute and a half, maybe I'm gonna put something on Imgur, which I thought was really funny that happened in Maple with Parkster. Basically, he just like rage quit for the day. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. Okay, I immediately found it. Hold on. Now I have to find a way to put this onto Imgur. All that good stuff. I have to crop it first. Yeah, Parser was just out of there. So the premise is, hold on, I'll explain it when I post it. I have to go through my multiple online tools here though. First I have to crop it right. That way it's at least a little bit more clear and like bigger. Because chat lines in that game are like very small. And you'll see I'm not playing on my main guy. This is like one of the guys that I was talking about. I have to make like 50 guys, right? So I'm on a guy named Wild Steves, because the class name is Wild Hunter, and I just ran out of names, so I just put the two together. I put Wild Hunter and D Steves. You get Wild Steves, okay? You know, pretty simple. It's a guy who I'm only playing for 3 hours, so... yeah. Also, another thing that doesn't help is I'm playing this game in Chrome Remote Desktop, so things are naturally going to be smaller a little bit, so I have to crop it properly here. You know that Dicey... Oh yeah, I think this is Dicey Dungeon, yeah. One of the reasons you use Chatterino is to be able to quickly upload images to Imgur. I didn't know you could do that. With that, but to me it's like whatever. You know, I'm already like almost done preparing this. I just need to post it. Okay, so I downloaded the screenshots, or the cropped image. I just go to Imgur. New posts. Choose downloads. Yeah, this one. Okay. Grab the link. Copy the link. Post the link. So Parkster, I mean, okay. Here's how the here's how the whisper system works. You know, it'll if he's saying a message, it'll tell you his server. Oh, could not find. Wait, what? Okay, hold on. What, this? You could not find in the image? Wait, what do you mean? Oh, it says I can't find... Oh, yeah. Okay. So, okay, let's go over this image real quick. So basically, he was enhancing his item, and he got it high enough where the enhancement system in the game. So his message to me, by the way, it'll show you his server location or like his channel, and the messages I give to him, it will not show him, so you can tell who's on the who's like whispering who. So he says, "Wait, what the fuck? You can lose stars when enhancing." So basically, stars is like an enhancement mechanism. So you pay in-game currency to make your items stronger, and it gets exponentially more costly to acquire these stars on your equipment. And it's also RNG. And then when you get to a certain point with an excessive number of stars, then your items start to decrease in stars if you roll the wrong RNG. And yeah, that was him. So it cost him an absurd amount to finally get to that point. And no, it's not a pay-to-win mechanic. It's it's an in-game gambling mechanic with in-game currency. But yeah, yeah, he he messed up his item, and I was about to whisper him that, oh, it gets worse, but he was already offline. It gets worse because your item explodes if it gets even higher than the point where he's at. Yeah, things get risky when you start to enhance your items. So, I said it can explode too, but I couldn't even tell him that because he was already offline because of his rage quit. Here, I'll give an example of, hold on, this system in motion. I know you probably might not care about this or not, but, let's see. There's a streamer that I watch who kind of gives, like, similar vibes to DGR, but, like, the equivalent for, like, MapleStory. At least in, like, his, like, you know, kind of, like, doesn't use no words sort of thing, like, demeanor. I don't know, he kind of gives me DGR vibes. And he's, like, beginner-friendly, basically. Hold on. But there's a video that this guy posted of him scrolling his gears, and then it's just, you can see the process and his frustration, and it's kind of funny. Find it interesting, but you know very little about Maple, so it's going over your head. Yeah. I'm trying to find the video, but I can't find it. But you can see the process of what Parks is struggling through, but in a greater detail of, like, stars just dropping all over the place, items exploding all over the place. He has, like, billions of in-game currency, so he can just tank it, but even then it's just, like, frustrating. Yeah, I can't even find it. Oh, wait, I found it. Yeah, so this is, like, this video. So this is what Parks is dealing with, but, like, to a much lesser extent because he hasn't progressed as far as this guy. So he's enhancing his item, right? And he's trying to get it to a certain number of stars, but there's a chance that the item goes up, which is less than the chance of the item going down in the stars. So, you know, getting weaker, the item getting weaker. And then there's a chance that it can freaking explode when you get enough stars, too. And that goes up as well as the more stars. So ideally, the best, like, people like try to get to 22 stars, and Parkster, it sounds like he got to like 15 stars on his item, or 16. Yeah, it is a lot of Gamba. It's very frustrating. If you don't like gambaing that much. But yeah, it is a bunch of just RNG. Will it happen or will it not? Also, this is an auto level. Hold on, let me get another drink. I think I mentioned this before, but I still think it's hilarious that Parkster will not make a second guy. He refuses to make a second guy. And the reason for this is he doesn't have time. Even though he's higher level than me, or like he's the same level as my actual main on like my main server. But he says doesn't have time, and I'm like, that's no excuse when you're level 262, okay? If you got into that point, you have time. And the reason why this is important is because you gotta make secondary guys, a bunch of secondary characters, to give yourself perks on your main character. Like, for example, you get plus 10% damage if you make a Demon Adventure class and get it to level 120. But he just refuses to do anything with the Legion system. That's what the system's called when you level up other characters. So he just has like one guy. He's a one guy sort of one guy. And I did the data on this, and he's like the 8th highest leveled person in the entire server who only has one guy in his Legion. He was like, "Oh, I'm gonna go for that." I don't know if that was a joke or not, but I said, "Hey, go." I mean, the highest level one guy is level 270. So yeah, go for it, I guess. But you're going to be the most underpowered level 270 in the entire game or server. Because yeah, like I said, there's like classes that straight up give you things like you just level it to 120, which takes only 2.5 hours to do, by the way, from 1 to 120. Not a huge time commitment. Like, I literally just did that before this stream. I got a guy to level 140, actually, and it took me 3 hours. So... And that was what I was doing on that other character in that screenshot, by the way. I was working on another guy, because you can see he's, like, level, like, 90-something, right? As opposed to 200 and whatever I'm at. I think I'm at 235 or 234. That's what my so I mentioned main character, right? Parks is level 262, but he unfortunately made a character in a different server than I did, than my main character that I made like many years ago. So my main character is 262 in that server, and then I made a main guy in that server, I guess. So this secondary server, which is the one that Parkster is in, and he's level 234. So I have to make a bunch of guys in that server to boost that account specifically. So that's what I'm currently working on. And the game expects you to make one of every class, pretty much. And there's 49 classes in the game. There used to be 50, but one just got deleted because they were too lazy to update it. The Jet class. They deleted it. Or they permanently changed everyone to a beginner status, so you had to re-pick a class if you were that class. And it was a global or North American exclusive class, so it was, they got too lazy to follow Korea's. I mean, they got too lazy and only wanted to follow Korea's standard because Korea MapleStory is the main game, or the main thing that, or the first. Basically, it's a Korean game, right? And it was ported to North American servers as Global MapleStory, or GMS in short. So it starts as KMS, Korean MapleStory. That's the main. That's the first guys that get the major updates, because those are the creators of the game, and then NA is the port, or GMS as we call it, Global MapleStory, is the overseas sort of thing. the one that me and Parks are in. So yeah, Jet was a Global MapleStory exclusive class. And it was out for 10 years, and they were doing just fine, but then they just got too lazy to, update it with 5th job and 6th job skills, basically high-level skills. So then they fell behind, and they were just like, we're just gonna delete them. So they forced everyone to re-choose their class again to one of, 15 of the 49 classes. I know, a lot to take in. Probably over people's heads around here when they're here to hear about Mario and not MapleStory. But I don't know. This is just on my mind right now, because I actually got compensation for a 10-year-old account that I haven't even played in 10 years, which is really funny. I got a bunch of good stuff just for having a Jet at some point in time. And I definitely benefited off of that. It was their apology for removing the class, basically. Sorry, we're lazy. We're just gonna give you a bunch of free stuff, in other words. They do that a lot, so... Yeah, basically. And that it was very convenient to have for me coming back into the game, because it was all stuff that I needed specifically that other players had already had at that point. But because I was a returning player at that point in time, I was probably one of the biggest benefactors of it. Also, apparently, there's going to be a speaking about things that I've waited on for 10 years. There's apparently going to be an event, maybe. Well, at least it happened in KMS, and GMS is, behind 6 months, just like your usual anime, right? And one of the events that happened in KMS already was a name auctioning event. So you can sell your name, your IGN for Maple Points, which is basically the equivalent of you paying money and it becoming points, real money, and it becoming in-game currency. That's what that is. So you can sell your IGN for Maple Points, and I've been holding some very strong ones for 10 years when they did a name release, for very, very old accounts that were 20 years old at that time, that haven't played for the past, at that point, 10 years before that. And I have some good ones. I have 5, just the name 5 for the 0 class. That's my 0. It's just named 5. I have SNES, SNES. Yeah, spelled out 5 as in you can't just have one character, so the minimum is 4 characters for a name. 4 to 12 characters is your limit. You can have 4 characters, as in typing letters, not as in I'm throwing this word character, but no, I mean in this context it means typing character, A, B, C, D, E, F, G. So you have to have 4 characters to make a character, to make a person in the server, like an IGN. 4 to 12. That's your limit for naming your guy. So I can make a guy named Ultra Polearm, and that's 12 characters. Are the IGNs per server? The IGNs are for the entire. It's not per server, but it's for the entire. I was talking about KMS and GMS. So servers, there's multiple servers within GMS, right? And there's multiple servers in KMS. I have 2 accounts on 2 different servers, or I have 1 account. It's confusing. I have 2 series of characters on 2 different servers. So I have one on the Auroran server, and I have one on the Reboot Hyperion server, which is where Parkster is. But that's all within Global MapleStory, or GMS, to think about. And it's within Global MapleStory, basically. IGNs are within Global MapleStory. So I could recreate my guy on Korean MapleStory under a different name. I mean, under the same name, basically, if it's available. So it's unique per region, I guess is a better way to say it. Like, physical region. So, yeah, there was, like, some IGNs that sold for 20 million Maple Points, which is the equivalent of, I think, like, $20,000 or something like that. Real money. So I have some good ones. Like, I have 5, the Zero. There's a class named Zero in the game. And I think 5 is a good name to have for a Zero. Because it's like the opposite of Zero, basically, right? It's 5. So, yeah, I just have a guy named 5. I also have SNES, like SNES. I don't know if that's worth anything. Apparently I was evil, and I took the rank 1 guy's former name, when it was a name, like the former rank 1 guy's name, like beginner, like 10 years ago. I didn't even realize I had this until I checked recently, but I have this guy named Laugh at My Damage, who was the first level 250, or Laugh at My DMG, who was the first level 250 beginner, but he name changed to like Pudding or something. But I have his original name, and I was like, dude, I could sell that if I want, I guess. I have it from like 10 years ago. If I wanted to be a dick, I could just like sell it. I mean, I'm already a dick for making it like 10 years ago, right? But yeah, a very known name on the leaderboards 10 years ago. I was like, okay, if we freed up his name, I'm just gonna take it, right? But yeah, I mean, I could get literal $20,000 dollars of Maple Points with some of these names, right? So that could be interesting because I could get like pretty much like easily end game stuff with this, and I'm waiting on that to happen. Not for the server that me and Parks are in, but for the actual main pay to win server, where it will actually matter. I will just have so much Maple Points that I never have to like worry about that ever, right? So I'm hoping this event actually happens so I can sell these names, because I have a couple good ones, and it just, you know, revolved around me waiting 10 years. So we'll see if it happens. But yeah, it's like you auction your name. That's the event currently. Or I mean, that happened in KMS. Yeah, I hope so too. I mean, even if I make $1,000 from a name, I think that's more than enough, right? If I make 1,000,000 Maple Points from a name. But yeah, like, I think one of the highest selling ones was like called, it was like Bishop, for a literal bishop, because you can be bishop in the game. That's a class in the game. One of the most popular ones too, because, you know, they're like a healer. And I think it sold for like 20 million. So I probably won't have the most popular in the entire server, but, you know, if I have any that are worth like even like $500, that's you know, it could be it could come into play, you know what I mean? I think I also have the former rank 1 just in general's username. I mean, not former rank 1, the former rank 1 as in like his name, and then he got a current, now he's the current rank 1. Nairu Ocean. And I have his name Nairu Ocean, but like spelled out the way it is. He renamed himself to Nairu. And he's like the rank 1. He's like the most famous player in that game. And apparently I stole his name as well. I was like on a spree, I was like, what? Some of these might come in handy at some point. So that's why I grabbed them like 10 years ago. When that name-changing event happened. Yeah, so I have the former rank 1, or the current rank 1, who wasn't even the current rank 1 when I grabbed his name. His old name. I'm just holding it for good measure. I could sell it to him. Apparently he's a streamer now. I'd probably get like instant banned if I like went into his chat and was like, "Hey, I have your old name." Wouldn't buy it. Honestly, if I were to get banned like that, yeah, I think that'd be just hilarious. Want to buy it? It's only gonna cost $1,000. That guy's basically the me of MapleStory, because like he's the rank 1 in that game. Yeah, merely. I think he'd pay it. I think he'd buy his old username back. Yeah, he's now the current rank 1. I didn't even think he was going to be the current rank 1. He was the rank 1 of the server, though, I think, at one point. And somehow he became the rank 1 overall, like, in the entire global MapleStory. And he's, like, level 299 right now, and he's about to hit level 300. That's the equivalent of me being near 1 million levels in this game, basically. So he's going to be the first player to hit the cap. And I'm going to be the first player in this game to hit the 7 digits. So in a way, we kind of like parallel each other, right? Yeah. Hey, I mean, back in the day, I hit the cap. I hit level 200 when that was the cap, and then they just upped the cap. They tend to do that in games that I'm like, you know, in the top 10 in or top 5 in, which is really annoying. Because there's another instance where it just happened. Remember F099? And how I was the 5th player to ever hit level 99, which is the cap? Yeah, they upped the gap. They upped the cap to like level 399 or 400 now. It's like, god damn it, really? Again? For me, in my perspective, it's level 400. So there's like a, you know, in Mario 35, if you hit level 99, if you leveled up once more, you'd be 1 star. Or in Tetris 99, how that would happen. Yeah, they finally did that for F-Zero 99. And I was level 99, which was the former cap in F-Zero, and I was the 5th person ever to hit it. And yeah, now I'm not at cap level anymore. It's like when that happens, I'm just like all discouraged to even go for it. I just become a regular player again at that point, because like everyone else is so far ahead of me. Already. They can't do that with this game, though, fortunately. Nope. I wouldn't even know how they would do it with this game. Yeah, first is, well, I mean, first is if I don't log out for 400 days straight. Because I have like 160,000 lead, and the rank 2 guy's doing a 400 a day. So I still need to play, but... Well, I mean, I even need to play even more so because the rank 2 for easy is like 10,000 behind me instead of 25,000 like when I went on my 1 month hiatus, or however you spell or pronounce that word. Hiatus? Hiatus? I don't know. So yeah, he caught up severely, which is annoying, but, you know, he doesn't do more than 400 a day, so I'm abusing that, pretty much. And, like, holding him back still. It's the guy who I keep mentioning who's, like, super slow at beating levels. And then I'm, like, beat levels twice as fast as he does. So even if I take a month off, like, I can just still get back to 25 or whatever thousand lead I have if I just put in enough hours again. Which means more streaming time for you guys, I guess, right? Right? But at the same time, there's a very important event in MapleStory happening right now for leveling, which is like a once-in-a-lifetime thing, where you can level a bunch of characters to level 140 easily. This whole Legion thing I was talking about earlier. And it goes until February 20. And you can enter this, like, farm 5 times a day, and let's just say that this farm gets you from level 100 to 140 in about 5 minutes, where it would otherwise take a couple hours to do the same thing. So yeah, I'm taking full use of getting guys to level 100 and just doing this farm like 50 times during this event. So after February 20, I might come back to this game in full force again after that. So that's my current thing on my agenda right now. But at the same time, Mario vs. Donkey Kong is coming out. So it's like, I have to make a bunch of decisions, okay? I have to decide between like 3 different games. I want to play Mario vs. Donkey Kong, although I think it's only going to take a day to play. But it's happening at the same time as this event. I might delay that till after the event ends, though. I think would be... I mean, at that point, I'm going to be like 4 days late for the game, but it'll be fine. You didn't mean this in particular, but you mean when I do something for the first time, it's something that lasts forever no matter what happens with the level cap or whatever. Yeah, but fortunately there is a legacy leaderboard in MapleStory, so like it still shows the first people who at level 200 and 250 and 275, which are all the 3 level caps at the time, while 300 is the current one. So at least they have that. But they don't have like a legacy leaderboard in... Well, I mean, they didn't really have a formal leaderboard anyways for F-Zero 99. But we know who the first like 4 level 99s were. And a couple... I think all 4 of them... No, I think 3 of them streamed. 3 out of 4 of them streamed. And they were always on the leaderboards at that time, so it was easy to tell that they were the first 4 to hit level 99, and then I was number 5. Just using the in-game leaderboards, I could physically see who was level 99 at that point, because it was only a couple weeks into the game, and obviously the people who were level 99 were on, like, they were in the top 100. Just from the naturally, like, from their grinding, they were just in the top 100. There's no legacy leaderboards or anything like that in F-Zero 99s, they just have weekly leaderboards. But yeah, I was going, I was just looking on the top 100 boards, yeah, they would just, like, post their, it would have their levels listed. And yeah, I was the 5th guy. Not the first guy, but I was still, you know, up there. I should play F-Zero 99 again, though. I mean, it's like me coming back to MapleStory and going from being a somebody to a nobody again. By somebody, I mean, like, you know, a VIP, like, you know, someone who was the first to do something, to, like, you know, an average Joe who's, like, not even anywhere near the highest level anymore. Also, they raised the highest rank from like 20 to S50 as well. If you recall that whole system, the skill system. I think Oro was playing it earlier. That's how I even learned that there was a level cap increase. When I saw people with Star Prestige, I was like, oh my god, they raised the cap. No. Just let me have my perm rank 9 or level 99. It was already super hard for people to hit level 99 after the game started dying. It was only easy to hit rank 99 because actual people were still playing. And then almost like no one got to level 99 after like the 5 of us did. It had to do with game popularity for sure. And now, I mean, now it's easy to get to 99. Because that's not the end game level anymore. People are like star 99 when I saw on, when I watched Aura play. But I will say, yeah, it is very aggravating whenever stuff like that happens. When they just raise the level cap on you after being the first to hit something in that level cap. Like, I mean, it's just annoying for me. It's probably not annoying for anyone else because, you know, they're not the first ones to get there, but there's like, then, you know, it's like a historical thing. Like, as long as they preserve the game, right, in some sort of way. I don't know. I think the only way people will know that I'm the 5th level 99 is if I physically say it now, basically. So they did that better in MapleStory. But I mean, it is nice that they're updating the game at least. Now if they would just update Mario Maker, you know? The Mario Maker's like development cycle post the game coming out was just probably the worst case scenario because like COVID like just happened after their most recent update, which probably is the sole reason why they just forgot about this game. Like they had a quote-unquote update actually a couple days ago, actually, but they only said they're improving like gameplay quality or something like that, or whatever the hell that means. They didn't even say anything very specific in the patch notes. So basically the game's still the same anyways. They probably... do you have evidence of a larger update ever being planned but cancelled? No. But I think that's the sole reason why there was never a third major update, is because of COVID. They released a second update just after COVID started, and then we never got another major update after that. Those dash blocks, they were not in the base game. They were in an update of the game. We have not gotten an update to this game since 2020. Like an actual update. Like April 2020. Well, that'd be super poggers if, you know, they just kind of like busted out an actual new update with like new content. You know, it is their 23rd best-selling game after all, right? So it's like, why wouldn't they do that, right? They themselves are shooting themselves in the foot. This game could be so much better if they just updated the game. Wait a minute, we're going back down, hold on. I think I could probably make this jump based on the world record time. Oh, probably I just need more momentum. Maybe SMN3, when it does come out, will give us actual, like, regular updates, because that'd be amazing. Remember how Mario Maker 1 was the 7th best-selling Wii U game? Yeah, I feel like this game has a bunch of... Yeah, Wii U does skew it because no one had it. But I mean, if you think about it, like, at the very least, the rankings for best-selling is kind of, like, parallel to, like, the Wii U in a way. Like, if you look at the, like, all those games are now sequels, or at least add-ons, like, the Switch best-sellings versus their Wii U counterparts, right? Like, if you look at the Switch best-selling games or the Wii U best-selling games, you know, Super Mario Maker 1 was ranked 7. Super Mario Maker 2 is ranked 23. Mario Kart 8 Original was number 1. Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, with, you know, all those new updates, also ranked 1. I didn't really have Pokemon games at the time, but just because they're Pokemon games, that's probably why they're in the top, like, 15. Because, you know, that's probably why this is ranked 23 and not, like, higher, because there's actually Pokemon games on this console and not on the Wii U. Like, mainline ones. Other example is Smash. I think Smash is in the top 10 for both the Wii U and the Switch, right? Smash 4 versus Smash Ultimate. So basically a lot of parallels between the Wii U and the Switch, basically, is what I was getting at. Yeah. But they've been handheld system sellers. Now they're finally, like, I mean, quote-unquote finally, on the console. They weren't at the time for the Wii U, so yeah, that whole point is why they are why they push Mario Maker down, basically. Yeah, they were like number ones on the other like on the handhelds bestsellers. Although isn't Mario Kart 7 like the bestseller for 3DS, which is kind of weird because like no one played that game. That's weird to think about, right? Like, is it the best-selling 3DS game? Hold on, I have to look this up. I don't know. You've never seen any 3DS streams of people playing Mario Kart 7, except for me that one time. This is best-selling 3DS games. Mario Kart 7, best-selling game, yeah. And then Pokemon X and Y, Pokemon Sun and Moon, Pokemon, and then New Super Mario Bros. 2. Okay, yeah. Yeah, definitely. I mean, I barely played Mario Kart 7, and one of the main reasons why is because I have the original 3DS. And you know how much it hurt to hold down the A button with the original 3DS? Yeah, it was not fun to play Mario Kart 7. Like, I physically felt an imprint on my finger, and like when I looked at my thumb, like I had an imprint on my finger when I played Mario Kart 7 from holding down the A button for the entire game. Yeah. Dude, my circle pad fell off with not the original Smash 3DS, but the demo. It fell off from the freaking demo of Smash 3DS because me and my friend were trying to like wave dash and shit. Or like not wave dash, dash dance. Yeah, I was playing freaking Mario. I was playing as Mario, and I never play as Mario. And I was like dash dancing, and then that caused my circle pad on my original 3DS to like fall off. I couldn't have it back on because it just wouldn't go back on after that. So now I know to not play Smash 3DS ever with my new Nintendo 3DS that I currently have. That replaced my original 3DS now, basically. I still have the original 3DS, it's just I don't use it because, well, this one has Homebrew on it, for one, the new one. The one that I bought a year ago when they were shutting down the shop, and I just wanted to get everything possible on it as quickly as possible. I wanted the ideal preservation handheld a year ago, if you recall, which was my goal. And I was like flaunting that thing around basically last year. You know, I was doing like 3DS stuff. I was having a good time. I was playing Mario Kart 7 with NTR view, all that good stuff. If you saw my games library, yeah, I went hard. Some of it is admittedly downloaded from the 8 shop, but like a good portion, like 80% of it is not. I only downloaded things that I couldn't physically get. Like when the shop shut down, like some like Fire Emblem DLCs and stuff like that. Yeah, I was just like, yeah, fuck it, I'm just gonna use Nusplay, or not Nusplay. That's the Wii U, the 8 shop. Use Citra, like if you want to play a hardware 3DS, or is Citra an emulator? But yeah, I like having physical hardware. It's an emulator. Yeah, I mean, I just use so emulators don't like really run too well on my like laptops, so I prefer like actual hardware. I think actual hardware is probably the best way to play actual hardware, anyways, or like the actual uh, actual thing it's based on, right? I feel like that's the best experience, at least for me. But yeah, I homebrewed the crap out of my 3DS, so I can like. It came in. It's very important for things like Pokemon when I want to get them all right, because I had to inject Wonder Cards to get all the mythicals and stuff like that. Playing on your phone since you were playing mostly touchscreen game. Gotcha. But yeah, there are limitations to NTR view, by the way, and I think we experienced that like in December when I tried to stream Pokemon for like the 3DS games. When I was trying to get like very specific Pokemon that were very unique to only the 3DS and not on the Switch, was what I was going for there. But I couldn't even run the game from NTR view because it just didn't work with that. Yeah, it's not the greatest. It worked really well with Mario Kart 7 and Super Mario Maker 3DS. It just did like it wouldn't let me stream with those Pokemon games at all. Like I could only get into like creating the character, and then when I got into the actual game, it just stopped working. And that was like frustrating. Oh yeah, I still never beat my mission of getting my living dex, which is my main goal. But at least all the relevant Pokemon are now on console. Or the only ones I have left are all obtainable on console, which was the goal. I wanted to get all the Pokemon on the 3DS onto the Wii U, since you know the 3DS internet was shutting down. Even if Bank was not, I mean, it's only due time until Bank shuts down, anyways. Probably. Because the preface is they said for now, right? Yeah. I think I still have to transfer a Spinda my onto my Switch, which is apparently there's a glitch where you can't transfer a Spinda, which is a third gen Pokemon, so you could get that in Pokemon Brilliant Diamond, but you can't transfer it onto home, and the only way to get it is through the 3DS, I guess. So yeah, I still have to do that. So I already did that. I already went onto Pokemon Alpha Sapphire and caught a Spinda. I just have to transfer it onto home now, and that's not. I don't know. Yeah, it could be because of the spots. I'm not really sure, but I heard it's a glitch or something. But yeah, that's the only thing I have to do is I have to transfer that into home, and I pretty much have everything exclusive from the 3DS on my Switch. And then I can just get all the Pokemon there. And I'll do that at some point. Copium, hopefully. We'll see. I'm already super busy with like multiple games. It's a lot of upkeep, I know. But yeah, because of that, like I didn't stream a lot because of the Maple Story stuff. Another thing to note about me not streaming a lot is, did you know that I only made $15 from ad revenue in January from the last raise rate? I think a lot of it had to do with I had a very exceptional amount of people leaving very quickly in comparison to other raise rates. I don't know what was going on there, but on top of that, I don't know. The ad rates are so bad in January that it's just like I only made $15 from that raid, which is nothing in comparison to what I usually make. I usually make multiple times more than that from a race raid, to say the least. Was that raid really early? I don't remember. It was just really bad for some reason. It has. I mean, it doesn't have to do with Raze himself. I'm very grateful that he raided me. But for some reason, just the RNG was not working out for me. With people staying, the IRL RNG. That could be it. Like, I think I was like the usual talkativeness, right? You know, and only like go silent when people like don't talk and all that good stuff. And I think I had good things to say, like I usually do when I get rated. At least in my opinion. Um, but I don't know. That raid kind of sucked in terms of like money. So hopefully this is not the case this time around. Hopefully it's just a January thing. But yeah, 15 is way, 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 way low for what I usually make from a race raid. Like probably the second worst I've ever had was like, I don't know, like $60. So 15 is an extreme low amount. Hopefully, you know, we'll see if things are in place again, because I kind of need that. I kind of need my ad money, right? My edge. Could have to do with the whole fact that they kind of changed the ad system a little bit, and where there's like uh, new types of ads, and that could be a huge thing on why that happened. Like, you know how there's like you can still hear me and they'll still do ads at the same time. Maybe those ads are like super duper cheap, and they were running a bunch of those in January. Yeah, I think. Well, not just banner, but like, you know how it kind of like makes like the background reddish or something. Like they also did banner ads too, on top of that. But they also had like whatever I was describing. I noticed that pop up a lot in January, and apparently, I guess maybe that might be a huge contributor on why I wasn't making a lot. Yeah, January is like the only. Well, I mean, to be fair, I only streamed like a couple days in January, but January is like the only month where I barely was not about to make like money at all from like the minimum payout. Like that's how bad it was in January. But to be fair, like I said, I only streamed like 4 or 5 days in January, so that's to be expected. But on top of that, like that one raid in particular was just like, you know, I think I had like there were like 200 people at some point, but then it like dropped off really quickly from what I noticed. And on top of that, it was like, you know, I think the ads themselves were not optimal and the rates were not optimal. So it was just like a combination of terrible factors that just made it really like bad to stream in January, which is again another reason why I just didn't stream it all in January, because I knew the ad rates were just terrible. But I didn't know they were that bad. I'm about to find out how much I made from that Aura raid, though. We'll see if that's at least something. Hopefully at least a couple hundred. I did end the stream a couple hours earlier than I was supposed to. I still had 50 viewers, and I usually don't end the stream when I have 50 viewers. But at that point, I'd been awake for about 24 hours because I was not expecting the Aura raid. I was just grinding heavily in both these games, both Maple and this game, on the same day. So I just got tired, and I was like, I can't. So I had to go to bed. Yeah, what happened was I streamed for. I mean, I didn't stream. I played Maple for 9 hours, getting like 3 guys to level 140. On top of doing dailies, and then I played. I played Mario Maker 2, and a couple hours into the stream, Aura raids me. I'm like, oh fuck, man, and then and then I just streamed for 15 hours more. After that point, I think it was like, yeah, 15 to 16 hour stream, and that was all in the same wake cycle. So January ad drought sucks for both viewer and creator because usually causes a content drought. Yeah, it's like I don't want to stream in January. It's that bad. That's why I was doing a. That's the whole premise of why I was doing the minute or thing challenge in December, because one, the ad rates are the best in December, and two, the ad rates are terrible in January. So I was like going to make up for it in December, but unfortunately I only got an average amount of minutes watched in December, despite my efforts and my extreme amount of hours that I streamed, which also burned me out for January anyways. So you know that domino effect was a thing. I like didn't want to stream at all in January because of that as well. Like I was recovering. Recall I didn't stream in May of 2022 when I went hard in April 2022. But in May 2023, I went hard in April. I went hard April 2023 and learned from my mistake that I need to still stream in May. So yeah. But yeah, if I ever go hard in terms of like number of days streamed or number of hours streamed in a month, then yeah, expect that the next month I might have some, recovery burnout. It's like using overheat in Pokemon. Like you hit really hard like for 2 times, and then you like get confused or something, right? And that confusion is like the burnout for me. Or what? No, not overheat. Outrage. Outrage in Pokemon. The one that dragons use, like Dragonite. Yeah, so that's exactly why I did that, and exactly why I've been absent in January. Why I haven't been around in Ray's stream that much. Although I do listen to his stream. Like I was there for the tail end, and I saw him make Super Mario Gay Maker or something like that, or Super Game Maker or whatever it was, like words like that. I was there for that. I was there for the tail end of that. I'm just not sure what was going on there, but I was lurking. So it's not like I'm like totally gone or anything like that. I just like haven't spoken because at the same time I'm grinding the hell out of all these games at the same time. So it's like I can't even talk because I'm just so dang busy with me doing my stupid goals in my different video games. So yeah, I'm all over the place. But I appreciate that he's still rating me, even if I haven't been like there, like in his chat that much recently. But yeah, again, like in the whole thing that I sent to him, I even apologized that I was like not there when I like sent him the data, and I gave him like this like whole thing, like and this whole story about like what I described that I already told you guys about with DGR contacting me about the worst levels in the game. So I was like, just like I felt like sharing it to Raze as well because that's the project I already did with him. So I gave him the data on that just because I felt like it was relevant. And I gave him an entire like explanation and all of that, which is basically all the stuff I've already said this stream on the timeline of events. Yeah, basically, yeah. I was like, yeah, there's no bad blood between us. Sorry, I've just been gone for a while. I literally have no reason to even hate this guy anyways. Like not only has he given me so much, like not only like money wise, but also like viewership wise. There's literally no reason why I would even like dislike him at all or anything like that. That would like cause me to like not watch him or anything like that. Like I'm so grateful for like everything that he's done for this channel and just for me in general. Like, probably without him, I'd be like a sub 1K follower Andy. Probably. So yeah, no, it's just me being in a state where I just don't want to be on social media like at all in general, just because I was just like burnt out. Yeah, I had some burnout, and I just didn't. I even mentioned that I lost my 85 month like streak, my Twitch Prime streak, which you have to manually keep up every single month. In Patty's stream, other bald guy. He's the OG for who I like. My the first guy I ever subbed to, and I Twitch primed him, basically. And I lost my streak sadly because I was like offline for too long. But at least it tells me, or I mean, at least Twitch keeps track of total months instead of streak now, which is fine, I guess. But still, doesn't say one. It doesn't say 85 streak anymore, and that's a streak you have to keep up manually. So I'm kind of sad about that, but whatever. It is what it is. You gotta say though, 85 months is pretty damn impressive for manually keeping it up, because with most Twitch subs, that happens automatically, but that one you have to manually resubscribe. You manually primed for nearly 3 years to raise, but 80 is crazy. Yeah. That was before I even knew Raze. I mean, I didn't know Raze like 7 years ago. It was like the only guy I watched was that bald man. He was the bald man to me at the time. Before the bald man became the bald man. And he wasn't even bald at the time, too. Like, years ago he had hair. And then he lost his hair. He grew bald over time, Patty. You ever consider this a waste of time? Considering I literally make money from having 67 viewers in here, no. Do you consider making money a waste of time? Because I don't think I do. This game has paid for my rent, so I don't know if I would consider it being a waste of time. Well, yeah, it's a 61 now, but whatever. It is, a thing that happens when you or when you get like rated. There's like exponential decay or something. So I live in the ghetto? Not necessarily. I live in a pretty nice place. I don't know what this is, or what your whole point is here. I basically said that no, this is not a waste of time, and I actually still enjoy doing this. Yes, I do own my own place. Or rent. Sorry, yes, I do rent. But because of Mario Maker, I'm able to rent my place, so, I'm grateful for that, right? Yeah, well, I mean, I can't afford owning a place, so, I guess I have to rent. I mean, for now, right? I mean, I would just own a place if I had money for it, but, I can't just do that, right? But, honestly, this is, like, the laziest way and easiest way I feel like to ever make money ever. Just, like, go live in, like, your boxes and drink and have a good time. Instead of, like, lose my hair or whatever by doing an actual job. I don't know. I mean, I'm in my current living situation. I don't like really feel like changing it, right? As long as I can pay whatever I can pay to continue existing where I exist, and I'm fine with that, I suppose. I mean, if I really wanted to, I could really optimize my lifestyle, but it is what it is, I suppose. I mean, I'm already living in a relatively cheap place to live in the US, at least in comparison to where I used to live. And I also enjoy the weather here on top of that, when it gets hot. And when it gets hot, it gets hot. I like that, I'm into that. This is a bring stream? You mean boring? I don't know, I feel kind of insulted for saying that. Why would you say that? I don't know, I feel like I'm kind of entertaining a little bit. I mean, we were just here trying to have a good time, right? He's nobody. I don't know. I feel like this guy's kind of bringing bad vibes. I'm gonna just kind of get rid of him. He's gone. I was like, dude, he's just gonna say negative things, and I'm not vibing with that. It's like, hey, here's your stats. You're boring. You suck. I'm like, I don't know. I'm having a good time. I mean, if you're not having a good time here, you can just go somewhere else, right? Imagine like saying that to just like another human being, though. Oh, you're boring. You. It's like, okay, dude. Thanks. If you think I'm boring, then why are you here? I mean, you don't have to put it in chat. You can just, I don't know, click off the page and go find somewhere else where, you know, what you consider entertaining, because different people find different things entertaining, right? You can't just, like, generally say what's boring or what's not boring. Some people enjoy some things and other people enjoy other things. Like, it's a very subjective sort of thing, right? Yeah, that's all I'm saying. Like, don't bring down the vibes. That's literally the worst thing you can do for, like, a streamer. So, yeah, away with you. Protuberance of the flesh. Quote unquote from Ed, Edd n Eddy. I love that quote, by the way. I think it was when like Rolf was like trying to get rid of like Eddie's Z or something like that, but I thought the very choice of words was a good one. Didn't Sherman do a paint drying? Dude, people literally have streams of people sleeping, and people have like 100 views during those streams. So I don't want to hear it. Okay. I don't want to hear it from this guy. There's literal like streams live right now of people just sleeping, or just like them not even being on cam and no activity being done whatsoever. And they have 10 times my viewership. So, yeah, I don't know how that is relevant to what that guy was saying. Viewership and boringness, I suppose. Because sleeping, admittedly, you know, it's kind of boring, to be honest. But people are just like vibing in chat. I think people are just want to like talk to other people, but within chat without like having to go to like, you know, an external like site like Discord or something like that. So why not just like chill on the why not just chill on their channel and just like, you know, give them some ad money, I guess, right? Yeah. Also, like, telling me I'm boring is not very helpful, because it's like, okay, what do you want me to do that's going to make me not boring, right? Like, you're not being very helpful in that scenario, right? Like, what do you want me to do? What do you expect me to do, specifically, out of that? Let me just, snap my fingers and, wave my wand, I guess. But the point of the music is like if the if the stream does like die in terms of like you know, people chatting, then I just have the music to fall back on, because apparently people told me they like the bangers. So that's like, you know, I mentioned this was the tertiary selling point of the stream was, you know, if I don't have my my grinding and my and my data stuff to fall back on, and no one's chatting, then I just have music to fall back on, I guess. I've got it wanted to make SMN3, will I? No, I said that I don't want SMN3 to happen immediately, because I still have stuff to do in this game, so even if I had magical powers, I'd probably not make SMN3 happen until I have what I want. Well, there you go. Eventually, yeah, make it happen. Yeah, I can do that. Make it happen eventually. If I wave my magic wand, I could probably make it happen eventually. Probably. I can't guarantee it though, but I think it will happen eventually. Also, telling me that no one is chatting is like not very helpful, because it's like, what do you want me to do about that? I'm already chatting right now, right? So then just chat, forehead. Change that. I can't control what other people say in my chat, or like their limit or their rate limits on them chatting. That's another thing I wanted to say. Ideally, I would have this stream like Raise where just like everyone's chatting all the time, but I don't know how to do that. So yeah, there will be some dead space. I feel like, you know, a channel of my size, it's natural to happen at some points in the stream. I'm not quite there yet. You know, Ray's channel is 33 times bigger than mine, I think, in terms of followers, or somewhere around there. So naturally, 33 to 34 times amount of people are chatting at a given point, on average, right? If we were to follow that rule. But chatting does happen from time to time. Like, even after, or even without raids or anything like that, we still have some people here and there that will say stuff from time to time. which I appreciate. Rage has one of the most disproportionately active chats. He does have a, you know, he's in the, if he's not in 6-digit followers though, he's about to be. Which I feel like most people who are at that point do have a large amount of people that like talk. Although maybe I just watch people that have tons of chatters or something like that, because like I don't know, Patty has an almost you know, I mentioned him earlier. He has like half of Raze's followers, and he has a pretty good chat. Even Parkster only has 20,000 followers. I say only. He has like 25,000 followers, and he has a pretty good chat. Yeah, I've seen 10,000 viewers, you mean? With the same chat rate? Like streamers that have 10,000 viewers? Okay, yeah. Yeah, for example, like when I watched like back in the day when I watched like UberX or Nova play GTA 5 RP like a couple years ago when that was like a big thing. Even Ray's has watched like a Polish guy or person playing as a Polish guy playing that game according to him. Yeah, it has about the same like chat rate as like pretty much Ray's does, and that guy had like 5K viewers. Remember when that guy was a Minecraft YouTuber? I don't know who that guy even is. Or are you talking about UberHaxer Nova? So my story with UberHaxer Nova was I knew him when he was a creature, and okay, another funny thing about MapleStory is his crew in 2014 held a contest in that game because apparently they were sponsored. They were sponsored by MapleStory at one point. Their crew, the creatures or whatever, and they held a contest, the creatures, and it was about jump quests. And who was the first one to like complete a certain jump quest is a contest that they have. And I was the first one who beat the jump quest when they did that. So I was allowed to go on a boss fight with them, which is also funny. I mean, at that point, I also had like a tremendous amount of experience with the game, right? In 2014, because that was around my time of my peak of me being like, you know, near rank 1 in my server. So I was a part of that. So it's really funny when, you know, Parkster joins in on this, and you know, I'm kind of re-experiencing that, but like in a different perspective because I'm not a nobody anymore. Like I've grown like my channel at the very least to say. But the funny thing about that was there's a guy who went to one of my rival high schools who's in the creatures. Actually, and I think I even mentioned that because I was like, you know, starstruck about that, like to him, like when I met him in person. Because that was a lot closer, like when I was actually like, you know, either in high school or like have just recently finished it. I think that guy's in the military now, though. Like he quit. I mean, the creatures have disbanded since then. But yeah, I was like, they were doing a sponsored stream, and I beat the jump quest before anyone else did. And if you want to know what a jump quest is, here, let me show you real quick. Hold on. Also, this is a very scuffed video. So this is what a jump quest is. It's basically like a platforming experience in Maple. So as you can tell, this video took place 11 years ago. And I cheated that jump quest because there was a glitch where you could use a certain skill that you're not usually supposed to use. You're not supposed to use any skills in the jump quest, but yeah, I did a speed run where you could like do that for 3 and 1080. Yeah, welcome to Bandicam. Back in whenever that was the thing. I didn't have OBS at that time. I had Bandicam. So the quality was good, but the literal client was restricted to 4.3. So this is what I could record it in. The client did not expand until many years later. So it wasn't even like my fault that it was in 4.3. What is that word? Never heard of that. Also, what the heck is this level? Oh, out of place in its time? I see. Well, that's not my fault. Like, there was 1080 at the time, like 11 years ago. Like, Bandicam could produce 1080 videos. It's just MapleStory was 4.3. Nowadays, I stream in 720, actually, I think. Just because I don't think my laptop can handle 1080. And also, you don't need more than 720 for Mario Maker. You literally don't. It makes no sense to go for 1080 for a game like Mario Maker. Given that isn't like the actual resolution like 720 or something? At least for this game. So like, if you even went 1080, you wouldn't see any difference. Yeah. I'm literally just streaming off my laptop. I mentioned my setup multiple times, I think. I have 2 laptops, and then a giant TV, a giant Samsung TV. One of the laptops I never physically touch, and that's the one I'm streaming with. And ironically, that's the one that I had issues with. You know, that like factory reset, or forcibly made me factory reset it, even though I never physically touched it. But I mainly run my programs through Chrome Remote Desktop, and whenever I need something to be done between laptops, I just use my network programming skills, and then do client-server based projects to allow me to do that. Like, for example, Twitch plays Pokemon on my stream that I did years ago. My laptop that is 2 feet away from me, or what my right foot is touching right now, because I'm kind of like crisscross right now. That's the one that has the code for my bot. But I need my other computer to run it if I were to stream, like, you know, the physical client of, like, you know, an emulator like Pokemon Gold, for example. So I wrote code to communicate the key presses that are, like, if someone does, like, exclamation mark up, I wrote code to make it so that the laptop. I mean, the chat, which is run by uh my bot, my bot on the computer that's 2 feet away from me, to run on my laptop that is like 30 feet away from me, or 20 to 30. Yeah, I use like too many PCs. Or one of them, yeah, the one that I stream with, I can literally pick up with 2 fingers. It's a LG laptop. IPC? Okay, so I don't really know what that is, but so my bot, like I said, is run on my Linux laptop, which is the one that's 2 feet away from me, and then I send it through networking Java code, like the inputs, to my other laptop, which is under my TV. Um, that one's Windows, and that one is the one that runs, uh, whatever it's called, Windows programs. What is the emulator? Visual Boy Advance. Yeah, that one. So that one receives the inputs, and then it could do that. So I don't have two bots. I just have one bot, but I just like have a program that can communicate between the two that I wrote, and that was able to do that quite flawlessly. If I was running one laptop, I wouldn't have to write that code, but since I have two laptops, I had to write that code. Yeah, just networking code. Just regular networking Java code. I give it my like IAP and stuff like that, or like and then it or my local IP, and then it can work with that. Between the two, I'm able to send inputs between the two. And I was thinking at one point, if I get a third laptop, I can make. I can do. I mean, I do have a third laptop. I just haven't like run it in a while. But if I ever set it up, I could have D Steve's bot basically do what I was doing like years ago, and just have that like permanently do that. Maybe like try to get, I don't know, like more ad revenue or something with that. Just have it like permanently do Twitch Plays Pokemon and just rerun streaming every 2 days, because it kicks you off every 2 days. So if people are into that. But yeah, I mean, if you've looked at my if you go to twitchtracker.com and you've looked at my clips, you'll see some of them have my Twitch Plays Pokemon in the corner of the screen when I did that in 2020. I just kind of had that in the side, and people could input that, but then eventually no one did that after a while, so then I just stopped doing it. Like I was just in one spot for like a month straight. I was like, okay, no one's doing it anymore. Yeah, I still have the commands in my description. And it's like, yeah, no one wants to see that anymore. But that was before I even got like Panga rated. So I don't know, maybe there could be new interest. By Panga rated, I mean literally the thing that like kicked off my channel. Was my first Panga raid. When I went from having basically like, I don't know, like 100 followers to like, I don't know, like 700. And I think that all happened like within like one stream, so that kind of helped. Nowadays, I don't really get rated by Panga that much, but if I do, it's because I helped him very recently. Like, for example, I think I gave him, like, a list of all of Aura's world records when he was, like, doing a world record stream. And I just, like, kind of found all of Aura's world records. I don't know if he's used that list yet, but then immediately after I gave him that list, he, like, rated me the day after. Or, I mean, the day during, I think. Oh, yeah. I mean, if you think about it, I had no, like, partnered streamers that had ever, like, rated me at that point, and he's, like, the first one. So yeah, when you don't have, like, big streamers that give you a bunch of followers, then you're not probably gonna get too far. Unfortunately, as it is. I mean, it's kind of like a networking thing, right? You know, you have to know people to get people, right? So knowing that is one of the big motivations why I do like all these projects in the first place for these other streamers, is because, you know, I know that is probably going to pay off for me in the long run if I do so, right? Admittingly. But I'm very fortunate that, you know, I've caught at least a couple people's attention. And I don't think I could have done that unless I was rank 1 in this game. Like, if I wasn't rank 1 and I was just some guy, I would probably have a much more difficult time in doing that, though. Perhaps. In other words, the pieces of a puzzle, they have to align, you know what I mean? I actually first found out about Panga. I didn't know him beforehand, but I found out about Panga because, very luckily, he was doing a stream 4 years ago at this point, where he was grinding my world records, and I didn't even notice this until I hovered my mouse over, like, you know, the recommended streamers, and it said taking records from the rank 1. I was like, oh wait, that's me. So I clicked on his page, and he had like a couple hundred people watching him at the time, like almost like 1,000 people. I was like, oh my god. And then I clicked on his page, and I was like, hi, that's me. And then I helped him grind my records, actually. Because or at least I gave him the thought process on my on why I chose the levels I wanted to get to rank 1 for world records. You know, short SMB3 levels, because SMB3 has very quick animation between levels, you know what I mean, when you hit the goal, versus the other themes. And on top of that, you know, it was essentially basically the meta for getting world records. So I explained that to him, and then I also helped him with grinding my own records. Like, there's things he didn't know, like, I told him about, like, corner boosts and stuff like that. Yeah. Way back then when I was optimizing my world record count. And then, funny enough, DGR did the same thing at around the same time, but here's the difference. I was awake during Panga's stream. I was not during DGR's, so I still got coverage from DGR at around the same time as Panga, but DGR had a wall of 13.226s, or 13.216s, sorry, of me doing a title screen level. And basically the premise behind that was I just did title screen levels when I was about to fall asleep, so that I knew that my world record count would not decrease, because you could only see because the world record count works. The world record page works like a stack that you can only see the most recent 100. And if you take away, yeah, pre-API times. And if you take away people's most recent 100, you can dig further into their world records. To prevent people from taking my world records, I would just fill up my most recent 100 world records with title screens that were 13.216s. Like, the Sky title was the easiest one for me to learn, and also the fastest one to do anyways, so I just kind of got good at it. Even though that was not even the optimal time at that point, because I was missing one of 2 corner boosts. And the story behind corner boost is I learned that from the former rank 1, Polysaw, how to corner boost. So, chain of reaction, chain of reaction things happened, and I was able to easily procure 100 world records every single day before I went to bed, so I didn't have to worry about grinders attacking me while I slept. And DGR felt that when he tried to grind records from me, but Penga did not, because I was not at that point in that cycle of the day at that point. So Penga was more easily able to take records from me, while DGR had to deal with a wall that he couldn't beat. He attempted to do one, and it just didn't work, which is really funny. But nowadays, I don't really have to worry about that anymore, because, I don't know, the rank 2 is like 25 or 23,000 behind me. I'm not really grinding too hard. I mean, they're already rank 1 right now for first clears anyways, so I don't know if they really care that much about getting 2 rank 1s anymore. It took them forever to get rank 1 first clears, and then they just kind of like were content with hitting a rank 1, which worked out for me. But yeah, oh my god, I can't even find that video. Oh yeah, by the way, did you finish watching the speedrun video? Because I'm gonna click off of that now. the video about me doing B3 in a certain amount of time, where I abused that glitch or whatever. You watch it? Okay, yeah. So if you think about that, by the way, while I'm in that topic, yeah, you can think of those as like Mario Maker levels. In fact, one was literally remade for like in SMM2 by some guy, and that's like one of my most recent liked. I say most recent, even though it's been years, but it's in my liked list, I think. But yeah, that level is good. They remade B1, and I was like, oh my god, I like B1. I played that. Alright, let me see if I can find it. I literally liked it 5 years ago, and that's how few levels I like. I don't like levels ever, because, I like having the old levels, hold on, in my list still, to this day. Oh yeah, the Lisa Monaire. I encountered that in Endless, so I liked it. Dimension. True. Can I even find it? Oh, there it is. So I liked this level in 2019. That's how little levels I like, because it only has the most recent 100 levels I like, and this level is from 2019. So here it is. Here's B1, okay? But in Mario Maker. Now you can skip the whole thing by going into the pipe, but we're not going to do that. So Jump Quest is basically like a platformer, or a platforming task, basically. So there's no killing enemies, as you saw in the video. It's just, can you jump good enough? Oops. So if you recall in B3, that video, there were a bunch of lasers. This is what the boos represent. So the boos represent the lasers that go up and down if you saw that. Which is pretty cool. This is not my level, by the way. This is the level I like. But I respect that detail. And yeah, if you fall, then you have to go back and you have to go up and do it again. That's another premise of a jump quest. You think you have the video synced to the right part? Well, that's B1. I'm in a different part of the video. I mean, I'm doing a different jump quest entirely. I'm doing B1, not B3. So there's different floors, and this is the first part of 3. Is B1, basement floor 1. Yeah, very cool attention to detail here. And yeah, I cleared it so I can jump down. Go in the next door. So now we're on the next part. Well, I don't remember the laser pattern here. Okay, there was a cheese that I just pulled off that you can't really do in the original game. There's another cheese. Just jumped over the whole thing. I found the lost coin, right? There it is. Got it. So that's the premise of a jump quest in that game. And I tried to remake Zakum Jump Quest, which is one of the hardest ones in the game, but I wasn't able to figure out how to do that. But yeah, mad respect to that, like seeing that. Actually, pretty cool level if you think about it. But yeah, B3, like I shown in my own YouTube video, is very similar to that. Just a different part of the jump quest. Valentine's stream? Yeah, I guess. I mean, I don't have a girlfriend, so why would that be, like, something that would be impactful to me? Although, like I said, apparently Doug, I mean, he's doing something for Valentine's Day. At least what I was told from Parser. So there's a little bit of insider knowledge, I guess. I probably wasn't even supposed to say that even. Like I said, I didn't even know he had a girlfriend, but was Doug? Just a streamer. He has like 100 times my following, for example. Probably even more. Probably 1,000 at this point, right? I have like 2.8k guys here.
but I think he has like probably in the millions. I'm still trying to hit 3K. If I hit 3K, I can actually be in the Bean Brigade, which is one of their minimum requirements, which is a MapleStory like streaming team basically, held by the official creators of the game. So if I ever wanted to like pivot to that, I just need 3K followers. Did he now? Yeah, maybe I should do that. Although I don't know if I have the hardware to handle it. I'm still trying to hit 1K for YouTube. The problem with YouTube is I don't do anything on YouTube. So probably people are not incentivized to fall on that. But I will do stuff if I hit 1K because that'd be just like another revenue source. Probably uses a restreamer. Yeah, maybe. I think I almost set up a restreamer at one point, but then never followed through with it. The restreamer rules only happened recently, like as of like when I went to TwitchCon. That was like one of the things they announced while I was at TwitchCon in October, mid-October. And yeah, that was one of the first things that Aura did when he got home from TwitchCon, was restream on YouTube. Or how many times I jumped in this game, or how many coins I've collected. Unfortunately, the game does not keep track of that, to my knowledge. They do in other like games in the Mario franchise, like Paper Mario, like at least Paper Mario 1, I think they would keep track of that sort of thing. But I don't think they keep track of that in this game. In fact, I know they don't keep track of that in this game. I mean, I'd have to code that myself. Like, I'd have to link my Wii U Pro Controller to my to both my Switch and my laptop at the same time, probably from like a Switch device or something like that. And I would have to physically count how many times I hit the A button or something. I still don't have a Switch device because I never got a PO box. My bad. I kind of forgot about that, honestly. He offered me a Switch device for free, from Flurpin, but I never got a PO box because none was available near me, unfortunately. What is a SWIC? It's a third-party device that allows you to do like programming things to your Switch. To put it simply. I don't know how else to better describe that. You could send that one to me. That'd be cool. Yeah, I mean, again, if I ever if I ever get a PO box, Copium, I'll give you guys my address, and then you can give me whatever, as long as it's not Anthrax. You know what I mean? Don't send me Anthrax. There are cheaper ways, mail forwarding. Yeah, I mean, as long as it, like, you know, obviously doesn't give out my address, that's the important part. I've already dealt with, and I've mentioned this before, I've already dealt with literal crazies, and I don't want to have to deal with that, and people, like, knowing my address ever. I had a very unfortunate story of, like, this stupid teenager just, like, harassing me for, like, 3 years, and I would never, ever, ever want to give that guy my address ever in my life. Because that could be probably dangerous, because, you know, there are some people out there that behave, that would commit, you know, deadly crimes, you know, for example, and I don't want to have to deal with that. Yeah. I don't want to talk about it. I'll just say that. It's that traumatizing. Well, how did I go through the pipe there? But yeah, if I were to have post a address, I would do so at an anonymous place for, like, you know, PO box stuff. The problem is I don't want to shell out $70 for a 3-month PO box. That's like 20 miles away from me. So I'm looking at, I mean, I want a place that's like nearer by me, you know what I mean? That's cheaper. But that's the best I can see for now, unless there's better solutions. No, it's not the Rank 2 guy. Don't worry about it. But yeah, let's just say people are crazy over the internet, okay? In a bad way. And yeah, that's a sort of thing that can happen on the internet, and it has happened to me, and that's all I'll say. People who are way, way, way too obsessed with this game in bad ways. And attention. So how's he going? You think it'd be cool to see 1 million endless? I'm not even 2/3 of the way there. It's been 5 years, so that'd be another 2.5 years, and I don't think this game's gonna be very active in 2.5 years from now. But total clears is reasonable. Total clears is a lot closer. I don't think anyone is going to hit 1 million easy in this. But 1 million total clears, I think I might be able to do it. And I could do it in the span of like about a year. That's actually a reasonable goal for me to hit. You said you started your message with you could. You got the bop. Wait, 2 people got bopped? Oh my god. What the heck? That's the simultaneous bop. The legendary simultaneous bop. 2 people said you could at the same time. You could also learn to solder and make one yourself. It's not a difficult soldering job, but first solder job. is usually the most daunting. Not wanting to do it. Yeah, I'm not an engineer or anything like that, so I don't know anything about soldering. If there are 80,000 free clear levels you could play, yes, I'm the one who displayed that statistic in the first place, and I am not playing those, and I don't want to just cheat to 1 mil. I mean, even then, that's not going to be enough to get me to 1 mil in the first place. People will give me flack if I just go for all of those free players. They'll be like, "Oh, you didn't do it legitimately then," even though I'm like 85% of my journey done almost. Ugh. That is an emergency situation. If SMM3 is imminent, like very soon, and I have no other option, then I will play all 80,000 of those free clears. Why do so many people upload those free clears? Well, once, actually, here's a story. There was a guy who was trying to cheat rank 1 for world records and first clears, so he just made first clears for himself, and he made like 40,000 of them. Yeah, about half of the, like, every free clears ever. And then he got banned by Nintendo because he made so many free accounts that had 7-day free trials, which I think was the sole reason they decided to ban him, because you're not supposed to do that. Obviously, you're costing them from earning revenue by making hundreds of free accounts, right? For 7-day free trials. You're abusing their paid system. So, yeah, they didn't like that, so they banned that guy. Although he apparently allegedly got to rank 1 for a Suika game. I had not seen any of his videos or anything like that, but apparently he was with rank 1 or something, so he probably got it through less than conventional ways, I'm assuming, just based on his history. Because it's kind of a coincidence that he, of all people, would be rank 1 in that game, right? Yeah, I mean, if people do 100, I mean, that's not like a huge deal, but if people do 40,000, by making like 300 to 400 different accounts, all with paid Nintendo Switch Online service, yeah, Nintendo's gonna have a big issue with that. Especially Nintendo of Japan, because this guy was a Japanese player, and Japanese people reported him. And Nintendo of Japan is probably a lot more likely to ban people than NOA. And yeah, Japanese players were complaining about the rank being usurped by this cheater, who basically was making 1,000 levels a day and getting 1,000 world records a day. So players in the first clears and world records leaderboards that were Japanese players were complaining on customer support, and then they got that guy banned. So works out for me, because that guy would have passed me in like 4 months, despite the fact that I played for 4 years. So yeah, that's the story with that. Also need to pee after this next level, so I'm just gonna give you guys a heads up. That is a thing that's going to happen no matter what after this level. Usually I wait for like a auto level, but no, I haven't seen one in a while. Where are them dang auto levels at, man? Alright, I'll be right back.
Yeah, we're back. We're good. What is the deal with refreshing levels? It sounds like, asking about airline food. um, yeah, I don't know. I guess it was popular in Japan or something, so people made them a lot. And apparently it's gotten them rank 1 for weekly or something, I don't know. Personally, I don't really care for them, but that's apparently the Japanese meta, so it's here to stay, I guess. I don't even think that was a thing in SMM1. I think it's a new thing in SMM2, especially with 3D World being a thing. Because you barely see any non-3D World levels have refreshing status. What makes it worse in 3D World is that the power-ups, they take a while to go through when you get a new power-up. And also the power-ups have physics against each other, instead of like being stackable in the same location. So, yeah, it's kind of annoying. How many levels in the game? Probably about, like, I mean, it depends on whether you mean levels that were deleted, like, if we, like, subtract the levels that were deleted versus the levels that are currently in the game, you know what I mean? Versus, every level that's ever been made ever, regardless of deletion status. Those are two different answers. Because if we're talking about levels that have, regardless of deletion or not, yeah, latest data ID would probably be around 49 something million. Minus 3 million is about 46 million levels that have been made. But in my database, I have about 34 million, so, yeah. It's kind of hard to accurately say how many current levels there are in the game that haven't been deleted. Because maybe since then some of my levels, even in the database itself, have been deleted since acquiring them. So, it's a very complicated thing to answer in terms of that, but I do have 34 million levels in my database, so oh. Okay, so I did check my earnings from the Aura raid that happened 2 days ago, and it did come in, and yeah, let's just say I have more than enough to acquire this month's minimum threshold. It happens 2 days later after that happens. Yeah, I could have made it a little bit more if I streamed a little bit longer, but I was so tired, even though I had 50 viewers, that I just passed out, and I had nothing to do about that. But whatever, we'll take it. It's still a big dub. Yeah. But recall the stream before that one, the last time he raided me before that one. He raided me, and I was able to successfully raid him back. The next day he went live. I was not in the state of mind to do that. I was like struggling to stay awake. Because like I said, 9 hours prior to that, I was grinding my ass off in MapleStory. So I was already up for 24 hours at that point. And I was not expecting to be up for 24 hours at that point. Probably not very likely unless, actually, when you say, yeah, 10 hours from now, what is that, noon? Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna be live 10 hours from now. I think by then my viewership will be down to, like, usual amounts, like, I don't know, like 15-ish, and then it's not, like, worth it to, like, be live for much longer than I usually need to at that point. I'm just calculating for the exponential decay in viewership here, which is usually what happens when a raid occurs. Obviously, when you get a raid like Aura's, exponential decay takes a little bit longer. Like, I still had 50 viewers 15 hours into my stream. Oh. You could get another raid if I'm lucky. Yeah, I don't think Aura's gonna raid me again. He just raided me 2 days ago. Usually that's like once every like couple months at best. I mean, you know the bot by now, you know. I don't have to say anything. Also, it's only 20 seconds anyways. I'm too lazy to unban. Respect the bot. Oh, you gotta try a little bit harder around here. So yeah, because of January, I've been kind of like short on, I've been just short on revenue in general. January just like sucked. But hopefully now I can actually like buy all the games I want to buy now. I don't have too many left. I think my wish list is just Peach game, Mario, Thousand Year Door, I think Splat 2 just because it's in the top 25, and also Ring Fit Adventure, which is also in the top 25, and also Dragon Quest 11 because I heard that game's good too. So I think I have those 5 games I want to buy, and that's it. And then there's no other game I really know about. Maybe Metroid Prime 4. That's like good on Switch. And then I'm just like out of stuff to buy for the Switch. And it's like, I guess I just save up money for my eye surgery, right? I stream Ring Fit. Can I get a face cam? I mean, I do have a face cam. I just don't use it. TTYD is going to be the next thing you get. Yeah, I'm definitely going to get that. And now, well, definitely I can afford that now. You need a face reveal? 1, my face is in multiple of my emotes. 2, just go to TwitchCon. 3, yeah, I'm too lazy to put on clothes. 4, there's also literally a face reveal of me several years ago on a stream where I just like kind of had like alcohol or something like that in the bottle. I remember that. It was when I got my 100k clears. It's literally on like twitchtracker.com. People desperately want to see my face that badly. There it is. Where you can see my 100k clip of me hitting 100k. I think I don't remember if that was the one where I just like shaved, like left my stream on and shaved my head off 2 hours later when I was first getting into being bald for the first time. But yeah. Yeah, also in my fucking profile picture. So, yeah, my face isn't really even that hidden. You just gotta look in the right spots. But yeah, kind of don't want to put clothes on for you guys. Unless you pay me copious amounts of money, I guess, then I might consider it. Like, if you're that desperate, then maybe. Like, I mean, yeah, money speaks, right? Yeah, maybe I'll just have it like a sub goal where I have to have like, I don't know, like 100 sub points. And then I'll go face cam for a video again or something. What do you guys say? Who's out here going to pay my 100 sub quota? What's that? I hear crickets? You know, as I expect, right? Also, pardon my creaky fridge. Probably go to TwitchCon if it's in San Jose. Yeah, I'll be at TwitchCon. Maybe. I mean, if I get enough raid money again, of course. Although it is going to be cheaper for me this time around. The reason for that is because I have folks that live in California, nearby, in like San Diego. And isn't it at the San Diego Convention Center? So that shouldn't be too far. I think it's like 20 miles away or something from where they live. Not to dox or anything. But, yeah. So I should be able to, like, at least on the first and last night, probably be with them. Because they probably might want to see me anyways, since they're, like, my aunt and stuff. And then, like, the other days, I could probably just, like, get a hotel or something. So, thus, making my hotel expenses half of what they usually would be. Although, also, since this isn't Vegas, hotel prices should be exponentially cheaper anyways. You can't find it? Don't worry about it then. Just look at my freaking emotes. Oh my god. Yeah, or my profile pic. That was me like 10 years ago. The premise behind that profile picture that I made was that me and a friend who did track and field were like, and I discovered he was like a closet nerd. He was like an athlete, but he was like a closet nerd. I got him over to my place, and this is when we were first dabbling in content creation, just period. And I was like, you know, maybe it might be cool if we like, you know, like did a YouTube video of ourselves doing like SMW or something, and he consented to it, and I was like, hell yeah. So then we both like did SMW, but then I never released it to the public, nor can I find it. Sad. But at some point in the year 2011 or 2012, before I even had my capture card in 2014, I think I did Bandicam and you know, whatever I used to record MapleStory at that time, you know, where I posted that B3 video that I posted earlier. So I was using that software, and I was using an emulator for SMW or whatever. But yeah, that took place in the year like 2011 or 2012, somewhere around there. Also, there's literally a YouTube video of me in person at at not TwitchCon, PAX 2014 of me playing Mario Kart 8, and that's on my YouTube channel. So that's kind of the face cam. I'm wearing NES gear, a NES cosplay that I bought at the convention center. There's another source of finding what I look like. And I was talking about Uber Axer Nova. That's why I met him in person that same weekend. But yeah, I was on PK Sparks' stream or whatever. I think that's his name. He's a guy who does like Mario Kart stuff. But he's also a Twitch partner who does like Nintendo stuff. PK Sparks was like recording myself and Abdullah Smash, which is apparently like some general Nintendo player streamer at that time, and also Game Explains Andre. The three of us together and like one other rando were on the same Mario Kart 8 match. We were in the finals. So the four of us were duking it out. I got like last place because I suck in comparison to the other three, but you know, I made it to the finals. So I beat PK Sparks in the semifinals, and he's a Mario Kart streamer, so I was good enough, right? And it was 150cc. I kind of suck at 200cc, but I was pretty damn good at 150. I've had so many random encounters with content creators. Wait, what do you mean? Okay, okay. I guess if we were to list it, the creatures, specifically Seamus or SSOHPKC, was the guy who I duoed bosses with, and then Kevin or Golden Blackhawk was his name. You know, same group of characters. Was also part of that. Uber Haxer Nova I physically met. I was also in a Markiplier panel because I was with my friend and he was he wanted to go see Markiplier when we were at PAX, so we went and saw Markiplier. I got my hat signed by Gassy Mexican, who was like kind of in the same realm as, you know, Uber Haxer Nova and those guys, but he was like a previous member of said group. Let's see. Obviously, you know, DGR, Racefire, Red Falcon, Tanga, Orator.
Are people I've had more intimate encounters with, some of which in person, some of which not. Mitch Flower Power, I also met at TwitchCon. Parkster and Doug Doug, I met at TwitchCon. I'm trying to think of other streamers. Well, yeah, just to list a couple people. I've never even met this guy in person or even know who he is, but I have a giant sign. You know how in the meet and greets you have like a sign that's like above like their posts. So this guy forgot it at a GDQ. This guy's name is Jesse Cox, and I actually DM'd this guy and was like, "Hey, you forgot your sign," and it's like at a GDQ. So I just have his sign in my residence. And I tried to, like, the thing is, he told me I could keep it. I was like, okay, I don't really know who you are, but I heard you have like 1 million subs or something. Yeah, sure, okay. So I have this sign in my room. Maybe it will be part of my continuing quest to give this sign to this person I've never met before. Said, like, come next, like, TwitchCon or something. Maybe that could be a continuing, a saga, right? Where I deliver this sign to this guy. The only YouTuber you've met when you were a staff photographer at a convention. You met Pro ZD. I don't know who that is. I'm apparently, or at least I was a former friend of a MapleStory current content creator who is now a partner. But I think they deleted me when I like talked to them, and they realized, I don't know, that I was only their friend like 10 years ago. But now they're a partner nowadays or something. I guess, they got starstruck and they deleted me, I guess, because I'm, not big or something. It's the worst case scenario. Or, I don't know. God, I don't know, or you might figure out what kind of convention. Oh, yeah, I don't know. And yeah, the sad story with that was I was their friend at one point, and they like we even had like a voice call and stuff like that before they even got big. But then they just like I don't know, they just deleted me, I guess. We met through MapleStory. Yeah. In fact, they apparently they even said they looked up to me because I was the former rank 1 Iran, right? And they were like, I don't know, somewhere in the top 100 or something for my server. So yeah, it was definitely cool that they just kind of like removed me, but like I get it. I don't play MapleStory as like a as like my #1 game or anything like that. Although, I mean, there could be a saga here with Parkster and all that. Actually, funny enough, I did tell Parkster about marriage in MapleStory and the benefits of it, and we might get married in that game, which would be hilarious. I said it would be content, definitely. And then you can even get divorced in that game too, which I know his community might be into. And that could also be content. And he even said, wow, I should get Doug to play this game, is his response. But yeah, he plays a female character, and I showcased this. And Korea is a very not with the times country, I guess, because they only allow heterosexual marriages. But yeah, I mean, he's a female character, and I'm a male character, so we could go get married. And it's like, hey, it only costs 86 mil, and we can go do a Moria PQ where we can get these apples that give us 100 attack for 10 minutes, like a buff. But it's only accessible through this PQ.
And you see, like, he was like, I might be on board, and we'll see. It could be content though, and today is Valentine's Day, and it's Wednesday. Imagine if I can convince him to marry me before he goes to Los Angeles. I think that'd be hilarious. Dude, that would be the meta, right? That would just make 1,000,000,000% like relevance. I don't know. I will tell him when we go bossing today. I will remind him that today is Valentine's Day, and I think you know, it might be in your best interest to marry me for the perks. Someone tried to marry you a couple of plays. I actually did get married to a rando 20 years ago in MapleStory when marriage first became a thing. I was 13 and she was 12, and yeah, let's just say it didn't last very long. Well, I mean, she quit the game. Around 20 years ago. Yeah, very romantic. And the thing is, marriage costs like $20, and I wanted those dang apples. So, yeah, I married a random person that was like on my friends list 20 years ago that I never even like knew. They're just a random person. I think they're literally married in real life though, right now, present day. So, yeah. To this day, on my profile of that character that got married, it says married to number 012 something 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 after said name change event that happened 10 years ago, which I talked about earlier in this stream. Because they like renamed everyone, especially like old accounts that were like not active. So yeah, their name is just numbers now. Their name 20 years ago was Jesus Rocks 23, and I did not know what I was getting myself into. But nowadays, I would probably not be into that because I'm in no sense religious at all. Yeah, name drop, my bad. But yeah, that's who I married 20 years ago. Was Jesus Rocks 23, I think was their username. Yeah, I don't know the 23, considering she was like, I don't know, a year younger than me or something. So it didn't have to do with her age. But no, we did like Facebook add each other at some point, like shortly after the marriage slash early into Facebook's life cycle. Many years ago. Which is why I know she's married. You wonder why there were 22 other... dude, I don't know. I don't even play that character anyways. That was my Dark Knight, and then they made the Iran class, the superior class, for years later. Your school chapel tomorrow? Well, yeah, again, like I said, kind of awkward because I'm not even into that stuff. I know this is a hot take, but I feel like religion has done a lot more harm than benefits in the world, just in the past, like, I don't know, a couple thousand years. Well, that's just my hot take. I mean, sure, it's, like, good for other people, but I just, like, don't really care about religion. I say that as a guy who has had a couple beers. So, be that as is. And my a lot of my family is kind of religious too, and I'm like, okay, whatever, you do your thing. Hey, for some people it can work, but for me it just doesn't. Like maybe you have like your like a new social group because of that, which is, I'm assuming, the benefit of it. But then I've heard other stories of, for example, my friend who was in elementary school who had to sit on the edge of his seat because his teacher told him he had to leave room for Jesus. What? That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life, by the way. And he even wanted to leave
that private school because of said thing like that. So I joined public school for junior high, and I've been friends with them ever since. Actually, no, I knew him because he was in my neighborhood in elementary school at that time when he was going to said school, but he did transition to a public school in junior high, which is the one I went to. Probably because he wanted to hang out with me was the reason he probably switched over. Which was kind of, now that I think about it. He saw the ways, he saw the errors in said school. Although he was a grade higher than me, so, you know, we didn't have, like, classes or anything. Yeah, I mean, to like an atheist, generally the perceived view is, you know, people like, you know, are trying to force you to do, like, you know, believe in the religion that they believe in, and it's like if you don't believe in that, then you're just like you just come off as like annoying, right? It's like we already believe in what we want to believe, right? We're not gonna change that. So yeah, when I was in college, I was actually approached by a bunch of people like that, that were like very much trying to get me to like do their religion, and like they would like hand out like flyers and stuff, like sometimes even forcibly, and it's just like, dude, just go away, please. I'm trying to just wait for the bus here. So that's my perception of religion. Literally, they gave me a flyer, and then when I waited for them to be out of my sight, and I immediately threw it in the trash. It's like, at that point, I think you're just delusional at that point. If you're that much into religion, that it's like life or death, you know, you have to give people flyers, or, I don't know, something bad's gonna happen to you or something. I don't know, it just was annoying. But yeah, I mean, I'm friends with like some people who are like religious, and we have different viewpoints, of course. But you know, it's not like, you know, if you have a religion, I'm like, you know, I hate your guts or anything like that. They're just like, yeah, just don't be annoying with it, and we're cool. Like, I believe in what I want to believe. You guys believe in you want to believe. Let's just keep it at that. If that, you know, gets you through your life, then all power to you. But for me, yeah, it's just not gonna work for me. Well, I never really needed that. I just kind of could do that on my own. If I was ever in like a depressive state, and then I would just hype myself up or find other ways to cope with it. So I didn't really like ever need to talk to like a pastor or anything like that. So again, I might be dependent on like people, but yeah, there's more than one way to cure said thing. Let's just say. But each person goes about it differently. Like if it works for you, then it works for you. But you know, I did. You know, turning to religion just isn't gonna work for me. Oh yeah, this song, by the way, know a little bit off topic, but when I hear this song, the only thing I can hear is Morton Kupale. The desert song. I don't know, that's just like a songism I thought about in my mind like 10 years ago, and it's just kind of like stuck to my mind. Morton Kupale. Because usually he's like tied to the desert worlds, right? At least that's usually where they put him. Either like desert worlds or like Rocky Mountain worlds. I think is his trend. Although they put him in the donut world in SMW, there is no desert world unless you count the chocolate desert ran by Wendy. And is that even a desert at that point? I feel like that's more like a mountainous region. Also, I will say my own brother has depression, but he is not religious as well. Yeah, fun fact: I have a brother. I don't really talk about him that much, but I don't feel like I need to. Me and him don't really get too along that much, anyways. I mean, he didn't even show up to my high school nor my college graduations, even though I went to his. That's kind of my relationship with him. Oh yeah. That's also probably why I don't talk about him that much. But yeah, he is also similar faith with me. Like me and him, at the very least, both of us can. He actually does have depression. I do not. At least in an extent that he does. And he is not religious, and he's still able to overcome it. So that's kind of why I brought him up. Yeah, I think he takes like meds and stuff. But yeah, I haven't talked to him in like 5 years. Like I said, I mean, he did show up to my high school both my graduations, so I haven't talked to him literally since graduation. I mean, it could be coincidental, though. I mean, I don't think it necessarily ties in with your religious status. But like I said, I mean, if it helps you out, then, you know, if it works for you, then sure. But like I said, it's not the end-all be-all for every single person. If it helps you specifically, I'm all for it, but personally, it's not going to be helpful for me. And I am fine not ever going to church ever in a day of my life. Well, except for when I was forced to when I was like 4. As family members, right? And not even immediate ones. So, ethnically, technically, I'm Jewish. I mean, at least by my mother. my father is a Pastafarian, as he calls it, or at least that's on his Facebook page. So he is pretty much an atheist. And my mom barely celebrates Hanukkah, but I do celebrate Christmas still. Yeah, it's maternal because, you know, tradition. She doesn't even celebrate Hanukkah too hard, and we only know basically like we did like, you know, Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu blah 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 when Hanukkah rolls around. At least we did like 10 years ago, but now we don't even do it that much. So we're not like hardcore or anything like that. We just like did the candle thing for fun pretty much, and we would get like one gift, like a small gift for Hanukkah per day. Not like a like, you know, to a Christmas extent, but you know. So yeah, my mom would be my mom was Jewish, and then my dad was not really tied by religion, even though his external family is kind of religious. So we still celebrate Christmas anyways, just because Christmas is just the thing to celebrate. Yeah, the candle thing. Yeah, the menorah. I think my brother actually went to Jerusalem, but I never got the chance to because of COVID. But there's like a program where you could like go if you were ethnically like Jewish or something like that. But now I'm like too old to anyways. But yeah, I never got that chance. Yeah. Unfortunately, I never got to go, and I'm now too old for that. Mm-hmm. And I am older than said year. And also, there's probably a war going on right now, so I don't think that would probably be a great thing to go to anyways right now. I don't know, maybe if I really wanted to, I could go visit later in my life, and I will just pay my own money. Yeah, exactly. Like, I don't really like want to go that much. Yeah, you know how my cousin's a streamer on my mom's side, um, that I mentioned and rated at one point, Vellum. Yeah, he didn't go either. At least I don't think he did, and his brother didn't either as well. I don't think. Although my other cousin did, I think. Uh, the one with a different parent. Well, those guys are just rich. The only reason you talk about Christianity on the internet is just because you care about people who mean a lot to you, streamers and viewers. You don't want to piss people off, so you're not gonna be like must convert. Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's just I've been around the sun like, you know, a couple years now, and I get that people want to like, you know, be like, oh, you know, this is helpful to me, but it's like, yeah, it truly is a very situational thing. It works for some people and it doesn't work for other people, and I'm not a person that it would work for. I'm just, one, I'm too stubborn for that, and two, Um, yeah, I just don't believe it at all, personally. I see, like, you know, I see the downfalls or the cons of it, and don't want to deal with that as well. Yeah. And like I said, if it works for you, it works for you, okay? If it works for you, it works for you. But like I said, it's not like a universal thing, so just can't like expect that like it works for everyone. But if it works for you, then I'm happy for you. It's just I myself am personally not interested. If it is literally, you know, like the difference between you like living and dying, then of course I'm happy that you're still alive. You know, because of religion, that sort of thing. But personally, not gonna help me too much. But yeah, I've had a friend or friend at one point just randomly on like on Facebook. They've you know we've been randomly cool, and then all of a sudden they've been like, you need to believe in Jesus or else, and I was like, whoa, okay. Calm down for a second, okay? I don't gotta do anything, right? No ultimatums, okay? Heading off to bed now. Have a good stream. Alright, take it easy, man. Thanks so much. Appreciate it. Speaking about this whole conversation, I think I mentioned this a while ago, but I think uh, just based like we're talking about my past, right? And this kind of ties into myself and Ray's Fire Ethan, and I think I even mentioned this at one point. I think Ray's actually lived extremely close to where I used to live when I lived in Texas. Uh, rural Texas, you know, religious Texas, when I was born there. And it was based on a couple context clues. Like he mentioned something about his movie theater being burned down, right, in his hometown. Yeah, his hometown. And I'm not gonna say where he lives, but I think I have a general idea of it, and I think he actually lived within an hour of where I was born, actually, which is crazy enough. um, But yeah, basically he mentioned a town in Texas that had a movie theater um, that's his you know that burned down. I was like, oh wait, there's only a couple places where that could have happened, and yeah, I think that was the town. And he also mentioned that he never lived west of where he currently lives, which is in Austin, right? So that rules out the entire west part of Texas. he did say that, yeah. Well, I lived in the Dallas area. I live probably not even too far from Order currently nowadays. So it's all like it all ties in with each other, right? But I do think that's kind of funny. Like Aura is a DFW man, as he that's one of the only details he allows other people to know about. Like, you won't even tell people his real name, right? Well, I mean, neither will I, but you know, I think it's a bigger deal for his like channel because it's like a lot bigger or something. Um, but yeah. Although I will say that Aura is one of the very few people that actually knows my real name because I physically showed him my driver's license when I was at the GDQ with him. So he actually knows what my name is. Fun fact. Even Ray's doesn't know that. I mean, if he ever meets me in person, I'll show him my driver's license. Maybe. So he has that to look forward to if we ever meet. But yeah, I lived close to where the bald man lived, and I think Ray's also lived close to where the bald man currently lives. Although, within an hour of where I grew up, I mean, for the first like 7 years of my life. And I mean, there's only so many locations where, you know, a movie theater can burn down at in Texas, right? That are east of Austin, specifically. And with those context clues, then yeah, I have deduced that I think I have a general idea of that. Which is fascinating, though, because, you know, I know that area. Because I lived there. Basically. I don't think I specifically visited the town that he's from. Yeah, he also said his dad lived near Paris, so that has to have meant that he lived near Paris, right? And I wouldn't assume that he did a whole thing. So you know that Dallas is probably like in the area that Paris is in, right? Like if you look at that on the map, it's not like their parents were divorced or anything, to my understanding. It is unfortunate that his dad has passed, but that's the only detail we have, right? But I would assume that, you know, they would, or his family would generally like be in like the same area. Just the, if we thought about it, or at least where he was from specifically. I mean, they could have like moved on or whatever. And it's not like I'm gonna stalk them, but just based on the context clues, I think you know, they were from near the same area that I was from, basically. And then he mentioned that he went to a Texas farm, which is where he grew up in, basically. And I think that was like, I think their family just kind of like lived there. Like when he went to see like grandparents or something for like the holidays, he mentioned like a Texas farm in the middle of nowhere. And yeah, that's basically where I lived, near that Texas farm. Because he said it was also his hometown. And there's only a very few select places you can have farms in, I guess, east of Austin, right? Still in Texas. And it's probably not in southeastern Texas, because that's like swampy, not farmland, I think. Basically like Louisiana weather, right? I would like to talk about this with Ray's like in the chat, but you know, I think Ray's like just kind of dips as soon as he ends the stream. Because I do find this like topic interesting that he actually like lived like close to me at some point. Where you seem this exact level, then against a refreshing level. Yeah, there's a lot of those in this game. One. Oh, this level's called one. That's why I was like, why did you say one? No, this level's just called one. I don't even look at the titles like half the time. Okay, what? I'm looking at my engagement stats, by the way, and it says I only have 8,000 watch minutes from this entire stream. I think that's not correct. Because I had 109,000 watch minutes from the Aura raid. And it says I only have 8,000 for this stream, which is like a factor of 13, right? In fact, my non-raids have gotten like 3,000 watch minutes. So that's not right. Even though it's supposed to come out at like a 2-hour delay. What is that? No, it usually comes at like a 2-hour delay, but I've been streaming for more than 2 hours at this point. So I wonder what's going on there. I still have 43 viewers here, which is a lot, and if you think about it, like for watch minutes, that would just take like an hour to get like 2,400 watch minutes, right? Even with 40 viewers. And it says I have 8,200. So I don't know what's going on there. Maybe like they changed something with the update algorithm or something. I don't know. Like I just refresh. But yeah, I mean, I'm comparing the bar like on the histogram that shows like the viewership between the Aura raid and the Razefire raid, and the Razefire raid looks absolutely puny in comparison to the Aura one, and that doesn't seem right now. It seems like there's some error in their reporting here. Here, I'll take a picture of this, okay? I'll take a screenshot and I'll post it, and you'll see what I mean. Hold on a second. Let me do that. Alright, crop image online.
Flex pictures. Yes, this one. Alright, feast your eyes on, hold on. Image, download. Finger. Finger's not even loading. Maybe at another level first, and then might be able to upload something onto that site. But yeah, the most bizarre thing. Hold on. New post. Choose image. Downloads. Alright, so this is my watch minutes. Let's grab the link. Copy. So this stream would have cost $15 to host if it weren't owned by Amazon? Wait, what? So here's my watch minutes. And usually they update every, like after 2 hours after the fact. And I had like over like 60 people here for like the longest time. You can see the order raid right there. But the raise raid shouldn't be this short. Because I still have like 40 people in here, 46 people in here. And usually on a usual stream, I have like 15 people at max. So what is going on in this image? There's definitely some errors. Also, I think the order... the boost is just hilarious. You can see really how much I just like drastically make from raids, right? I barely streamed this month either, and you can just tell that, yeah, I made a lot from the Aura raid. Yeah, that Aura bar is just great, yeah. I wish every raid was an Aura bar. Or every stream was an Aura bar. That is the power of every single person that left their computer on after a Aura raid. who had went to bed at that point. But something's wrong here, like with the raise fire raid. It's not that small. It's not that small. There's something weird going on with the data here. And I refreshed the page too. That doesn't seem right. Like the raise fire raid looks very similar to a raid, like a stream I had just before the raid, before the Aura raid. If you look 2 days before that, on that February 10. I didn't even get raided that day, but the bar looks almost similar to the raise raid. Something doesn't seem right here. Which is why I brought this image up in the first place. Yeah, I don't know what's going on there. Yeah, we'll see, I guess. Maybe that's why I didn't get paid, like, anything? when Ray's rated me, like last month. I don't know. I'd have to check last time he rated me. I think I still have the watch minutes though when I made that little amount of money. Like the $15. I do think the average viewership is just really funny though from me streaming because I've barely streamed this month. It just says I have 56 average viewers for the entire month of February. You know, you might as well partner me at that point, right? Even though it's like 75, right? I did try to advocate, like, when I went to TwitchCon, I was like, hey, maybe let there be other factors other than just average viewership, like maybe like total watch minutes for like a month or something like that be like a factor. Because, you know, if someone actually puts in the hours, you know, maybe they should deserve to actually get there. But no, they rejected it. But they were like, no, you have to optimally not stream. And then I'm like, that doesn't make sense to me. You have to not stream when your viewership is low. I'm like, no, I'm gonna stream regardless because I want to make money still. But yeah, hopefully it is just the case. But because other than that, it literally wouldn't make sense. Because I feel like I've had, at the very least, way more than 50 viewers before this like hour. And you know, when did I get rated? Like how many hours ago was that? Like before midnight, and it's 3:20 right now, right? At least for my time zone. So naturally, 100 like I had 100 viewers for like quite a long time. I would get at least 6,000 per hour by having 100 viewers per minute. If I got rated, yeah, 4.25 hours ago, even if I had 50 viewers on average for that, what would be the math on that? Assuming I had 50 viewers the entire time, which is not even correct. Because I had more than that. The entire stream. Well, it's 50 viewers is in 4 hours is the same thing as 100 viewers in 2 hours. Yeah, 12,000-ish. So yeah, something's up with that because I had more than that. That's like a minimum. Even if there's like a 2-hour lag.
But I don't know. We'll see when 4 a.m. rolls around. So that, like the next hour, it's 3:22 right now. So like it literally updates exactly when the hour turns. At least when I was running the when I was doing the December thing, that's what I discovered. They update it every exact new hour. Which be wacky sometimes. Because like I said, I mean, if you saw the graph from like me just not even getting raided like before, the Aura raid, where I had at most like 15 viewers, that literally just doesn't make sense. And this after the chatter got banned, but you forgot about it? Or what? Last time chatter? Oh, yeah. Dumbass lol W permanently banned. Nice. I mean, that guy who I banned, he was just bringing down the vibes. I was like, no, I'm not about that. It's like, it sounded like he didn't want to be here, so it's like, why was he, like, chatting in the first place? I don't get that. Yeah. I was like, nah. Not about that. Yeah, I mean, like I said, you don't tell a streamer that they're boring. But, I mean, if they are boring, then at the very least tell them how to improve. Right? What do they want to see, right? Why are you even here in the first place? Why are you telling me this? Looking at the screenshot I took again, and now you're wondering what the clip someone made was of. I don't know, you can check recent clips, I think, right? I don't get too many clips in this chat, but people will still make clips. I thought you could, at least. Thinking about clips, I forgot to like upload my my VODs, and I usually do this like every 2 months, but I forgot to kind of do that this month. This song is annoying and old. It's another Undertale song. I'm done with those remixes. Another one. Hold on. There we go. Basically never use a clip function because you don't know all about it that much, yeah. Oh, it was 835,000 clears? Yeah. Well, someone's documenting it. Yeah, and I think the funny thing about that was I just like very briefly checked the leaderboards and that was it. I like hit it and I was like, okay, I'm ready to move on. Dude, my most popular clip was me calling someone out for cheating. Based on some evidence that I had, which is kind of funny. And then they haven't done anything since then. Like the player, they quit the game at the much later. Or, I mean, they quit the game like a couple years ago. I haven't had to deal with them since. But I think it's funny that my most famous clip is about drama in the game. The drama brings the juice, yeah. I mean, isn't that the meta nowadays as a meme? Like, Doug started it. Basically, if you just put drama in your title, people will just watch you. And then Ray started doing it too, even if there's no actual drama. Yeah, so my drama was there's this guy a couple years ago. He had 300,000 clears, but he had 29 world records, and he was clearing like 140 to 150 levels an hour. I was like, yeah, there's something that's not right about that. And then he stopped abruptly before he could even pass me, and I don't even know why. I don't even think he got banned either, because he still. It still says he logs in every, like, once in a while on the leaderboards. So, what the fuck happened? I'm just like, huh? This guy just quit. He was, like, ranked 2. He was literally about to pass me. And he kept doing what he did for, like, the next, like, week or two. And he just stopped. I didn't get passed by him. For reference, I had like 308,000 clears. He had 304,000 clears, and then that was his resting point. Maybe he felt bad for cheating, but he was already so invested. Why would he just stop all of a sudden? He was literally about to catch up to me in like the span of like a couple days, probably. If he felt bad about it, why didn't he quit like way before then? He is an enigma. But yeah, that's my most famous clip, is me just talking about it and my observations. Because I took a screenshot of his total clear count at the beginning of an hour, and then 1 hour later, when I refreshed the page, and I was like, yeah, he's clearing like 140 to 150 in an hour. I'm like, how? You'd think if you're clearing levels fast enough, you'd get world records along the way. This guy had 29 world records. I have 160,000. No, he just has 2-digit 29 world records. So, someone put that together real quick. How do you clear 140 levels an hour and only have 29 world records total? Yeah, it's like, what the fuck? And even for like 2 years after he quit, or quote unquote quit, like he stopped like gaining total clears, he still logged into the game somehow, and the game still recorded him logging in, even though he didn't clear any single level at all. He was still at 304,943 for like 2 years straight. And now finally, recently, he's no longer logging in every month. Like, imagine logging in, not playing a single level for 2 years straight. How does that even make sense? Logging in once a month at least, I should mention. I'm not really sure how it works, but even then, you'd think that if you just log into the game, you would have done at least something, right? I think you have to physically check the leaderboards for it to update. But even then, if you're just logging in to check the leaderboards and then do nothing for 2 years straight, and not even play a single level, that's wild to me. This, like when you were ranked 2 in the game, that had only 29 world records. That combination of just stats is just like baffling to me. It makes my brain explode. Yeah, why would they drop from 1,400 levels a day to 0 levels a day? And then why would they continuously log in for 2 years after that? And not play any levels? On top of that, they had no internet presence whatsoever, so you couldn't just Google them. The only time you get like stats from them is like their SMM1 stats, and that's it. I'm telling you, as a rank 1 in a video game, I've had to go through a lot of shit. Like, dealing with guys like that. Like, how do you even deal with that? When Maple Story was a thing and I was in the top 5 in that game, I had to deal with something called a DC hacker, which is basically someone disconnecting me from the game during important 2x experience events, and I couldn't benefit from it, which is really annoying. And that made me pretty much quit the game, because, like, what the fuck else was I supposed to do? At the very least in this Nintendo game, I haven't had to deal with DC hackers. Yeah. Yeah, dude, people were like manipulating packets and shit. It was the wild, wild west out there back then. I don't think that's an issue in the present day, but yeah, when I was in the top 5, it was an issue. And it's like, how do I proceed? So yeah, maybe if that didn't happen, I would still be the rank 1 in my server. For my job, at least. I'm not sure how it works, but you know, they would just like send you a bunch of packets or whatever, and that would overload the system and cause you to DC. I think that's how it worked. Fortunately, Nintendo doesn't have a security flaw like that, at the very least. So I have never been DC hacked in Mario Maker. A big selling point for someone trying to be a rank 1 in the game. The fact that this game is not an MMO. Yeah, I've heard about the Mario Kart Wii hackers. Were they actually like packet hackers though? People that could just like disconnect you on a whim if they felt like it? No, but they can make you finish in 12th if they felt like it. Well, that's not as bad as literally not being able to fucking play the game. Back then, there used to be these important 2x experience events, which would be like server-wide, that they would just have, and everyone, you know, who was in the meta tried to take advantage of that, right? Because, you know, it was just given, right? But, you know, then there would be DC hackers that ruin your experience if you go into a certain map, you know, the most popular map, or the meta map to train at, because they could easily calculate, you know, they could disconnect you from the map, pretty much. So after 5 seconds, yeah. Was that like in their actual actual servers? It sounds like a nightmare. And did they just like not moderate it, Nintendo? Sounds about right. I never played Mario Kart Wii, but I mean all that much. But I know the Wii U experience was at least a little bit better. Mario Kart 8 actually had decent like net play, which is the first Mario Kart I actually like did net play in. Because there was none of that. I mean, Mario Kart Wii came out in 2008. This whole thing that I was talking about happened in 2013. Maybe Nintendo did, but not Nexon. Although the Nexon, I mean, it has been a little bit better in 2023. Like, I have never been DC hacked before in 2023. Or 2024. But then again, I'm not even relevant on the leaderboards for them to even want to DC hack me at this point. So, yeah, Sag. I mean, they're not DC hacking Nairu, the rank 1 guy in the current meta right now. Again, he's my Maple Story counterpart for this game. Like I said, I even own his former name, apparently. Which I did like 10 years ago. Or grabbed 10 years ago. It's just a coincidence that he happened to be the rank 1 player nowadays. Which I think would probably be very good for my Maple Points wallet, Evil Smile. He needs to get the name D Steves and Mario Maker 1 and then it won't come full circle. Well, the problem with that is I think I already have the name D Steves and Mario Maker 1, and also those servers are shutting down in a month anyways. So yeah, I don't think he can do that. I don't even think he knows that I have his name in the first place. I haven't revealed this to him yet. Like I said, I would probably get banned in his chat if I told him this information. From something I did 10 years ago. Time for his heist is running out. Yeah, I mean, he's not even gonna hit level 300 before I hit, before the servers go down. Oh yeah, and also, apparently Nairu is the same person as Pudding. Remember the #1 beginner I was talking about? Yeah, that's the same guy, so I have both his names. I have both his names! And I only learned about that, like, recently, too. It's the same guy, so I've been just, like, tormenting this guy, like, 10 years ago. Maybe. I mean, obviously he's changed his username, so he doesn't care about the names that much, otherwise he would have kept the account names, right? I just grabbed them for historical purposes 10 years ago. I didn't know I was going to become a successful streamer, or moderately successful streamer, since then. I just grabbed them because I was like, ooh, this might be worth something at some point, and turns out, yeah, this guy's fucking rank 1 now. What? Like, not just rank 1 in the server, which I keep talking about, and rank 1 of his class in the server. No, he's the overall rank 1. Like, overall. But yeah, it is kind of funny. It's like, okay, how would the interaction between me and him even go? Hey, I have your username. You have your own username. Do you want it back? You're gonna have to give me some money. Banned. Or maybe I just auction it off without even saying that. You know, it's in the market and he finds it coincidentally. And I don't mention anything about it, and I'm like, ooh, here's some maple points, I'll take that. Wonder if he'd do a stream with me if I give it back. I've never interacted with this guy ever before. The only thing I interacted with him was when I took his name and a bunch of top other players at the time, when they were doing that whole server reset thing. Because I was like, maybe one day it might be, it might actually pay off to have these names. And turns out, yes, exactly. With this whole event 10 years later. Oh no, I've never met this guy before in my life. And he doesn't know anything about me. I know the rank 1 Aran, or Aaron class. But I've never met Fangblade. Fangblade was, you know, the top dog in 2008, for example. He's like the Zima of RuneScape. Or of MapleStory. Apparently that guy, like, logs in once in a while. And he still has his NPC, and is, like, one of the only guys who still has his NPC in, the server. When they, like, got rid of them all, and they upped the cap, or essentially when they fused the servers together, or multiple servers. There's still the Fangblade statue, because he was the true rank 1. And this is just this guy wearing, like, level 30 armor, and one of the level 30 armor is just a mask. Hold on. let me see if I can find it, one sec. Here, let me show you what this guy looks like. This guy's a legend. 2008 legend. Like if you even Google the name Fangblade, you'd probably find his image. One second. Yes, yes, I found it. Okay, like I said, when you just Google the name Fangblade, yeah, this is what he looks like. Here's this guy with a mask. That's it. Level 30 mask. Wearing level 35 armor. And he's level 200. That iconic look, though. He's a sticker? Yeah. Apparently, dude, I scrolled down. He's literally on the T-shirt of some guy and some girl. On this website. That's how iconic he is. But yeah, that very same image is like in the game and is like says I am Fangblade and I am level 200. And I had a statue exactly like that for hitting level 200, being the first 10 Aran or Aran, however you pronounce it, Aran, of my server. So I had a statue like that, but then they got rid of it because the server merge happened for that, and then yeah, Aurora came out of Windia and a bunch of other servers, so unfortunately I lost my NPC. But yeah, I had a guy like who just sat around town all day and said I am Ultra Polearm and I am level 200. Those exact words, and it was badass. Now they just I think it's well I mean yeah, there was like a hall, right? And they had like positions in the hall. Like if you were the first person, the second person, all the way up to the 10th person, like a specific spot in the map where you'd be in that map. And it would probably be complicated if they, you know, merge the servers together, right? They did that only a couple years ago, sadly. I do have a phone image of my guy saying that. Hold on, if I can find it somewhere. But that's the only image I have of me being an NPC in the game. Let me see if I can find it and then turn it into Imgur. Oh my god, I don't want to go in the pipe! Bruh. I do. It's probably on my older laptop, like an actual good image of it, but I do have a physical image on my phone. One sec. I don't think a lot of people checked out that map. It was a very obscure map. Hold on. Let me check my phone. Ah, I found it already. Okay. Imgur. I have to do this from my phone. But no, this image is absolutely legendary. Hold on. I have to share it. I don't even know how to post on my phone. Hold on. I have to like send it through my Discord to myself or something. Fuck it, I'll just download the stupid app, dude. There's like no option. Twitch chat on mobile? Maybe.
But now the problem is I haven't even been able to turn it into an image. That's what I'm trying to do. Like from my phone. It's not a PNG yet. Or whatever. Hold on. Sign in or sign up? Okay, whatever, dude. I'll sign up with Google or continue. Yeah, use that account. Sure. Why do I have to jump through all these hoops when I don't have to do that on desktop? Oh, no sign up for that? It's a little late. Your choices have been saved. Okay, I don't care. Just let me upload a thing. Okay, I can't even upload, okay. Whatever, I'll post it to... Actually, I do think I already have a copy of this, that I sent to myself at some point. Hold on. I just have to search through it. I might be able to find it. This might be salvageable. I honestly hope it is, because you know it's kind of topical here. Allow me a second here. Where's my guy? That guy. Okay. Alright, I'm going on to Discord, one sec. I got this. Oh yeah, technically I can just send it in Discord. Could just do that. And then download it. Whatever, I'm just gonna send it to myself. Okay. If I could find the mess. Okay, there's messages. One image. Files. Actually, no, photos. Alright, it is now on my computer. Now I don't have to complain, although it is kind of small. It's in WebP format, so hopefully I can manipulate that. It is not supporting FIS file. God damn. And now, okay, now I have to translate it from WebP to a PNG. Okay. Convert WebP to PNG. Select file. This one. I don't know why I'm going through all this trouble. Vert, please. This is processing. I don't know why it's taking this long. Although I do think I actually sent it in Parks' Discord at one point, so I might be able to probably shortcut here. I think I actually did that. Hold on. Might already have the file. Nothing Nua Ills cares about. Let me find Dude, I can't even find my own posts. What? From me, yes, please. Ah, okay. It's still a WebP. God damn. It's still a WebP. Oh, it finished. Okay, download. Okay, we have it. We finally have it. Hold on. It's in PNG format. It's almost done. Okay. It might be kind of small. Can you see this? Hold on. Or do I have to zoom in on it and then try it again? Here's me and two NPC statues, one of which being literally me, one of which being another person. And it says, I am Ultraform, and I am level 200. There's me as an NPC. That's for being the first 10. I'm rank 9, and I'm right next to the rank 10 person who has installed a statue. In fact, I told the rank 10 to install their statue, and then they ended up next to me. Cannot read the text, but you can see the NPCs. Yeah, that's what I can see as well. Let me see if I can get a better view of that. Hold on. Okay. Let's try that again. Photos. Okay. Yeah, this is me with my phone. Okay, this one's more visible. This one's definitely a keeper here. Okay. Download that. Open in browser. Oh, this one's actually JPG. Hold on, I might be able to work with this. Hold on. Imgur. New posts. I don't know why it wasn't this simple earlier. Okay, yeah, this is more readable. This is more legible. JPOG. I am Ultraform, who has reached level 200. So yeah, I was rank 9, and I told the very person who is also right next to me, I told X Dream to go get their NPC, and they actually did, because they were one of the first 10. In fact, I was the guy who tried to get everyone to get their NPC if they got in the top 10. I was like, hey, you can go get your NPC. You should go do that. And then the rank 10 actually listened to me, and they made their NPC. So they also have their statue right next to me. Because I was like one of the first 2 to make their NPCs. And only 10 people could, you know, the people in the top 10. Yeah, you had to be the first 10 people to reach level 200 to of your class and server combination. So Windia was my server, and my class was the Aaron class. You know, the polearm wielding class, as you can see there. I was number 9. I was the 9th person to hit level 200 in my server for my class. 616 days, as I have a spreadsheet somewhere, after the class's release. And that person was like 620 days, so, you know, I was only just a couple days before them. So I was very close to the cutoff there, as you can tell. Only by like a week and a half or so. I'd have to find that sheet, but I didn't have a list of everyone. Like, I was doing data stuff, like, way back, like, then, too. Of how many days it took people to hit level 200. I don't even remember how I found out that data, but I was able to do that. Probably with contextual clues. Like, you know, people posting about them hitting 200 and me just documenting them. But yeah, not everyone could post a statue of themselves, okay? So it's important that I had my own NPC. Like, it was a big deal if you got to have your own NPC. It's like having the costumes in this game, like the top 3 costumes in this game, but like actually without using weekly as a way to get it. A feat that only very few people can claim they have done, including myself. But yeah, my name is Ultra Polearm, and I'm in the guild Lethal. Well, I mean, it was Ultra Polearm until I changed it. After the name change I was talking about many years ago, I got rid of the Polearm part, and now I'm just called Ultra, which is awesome. That's a very cool name. I'm just Ultra. I'm even still in the same guild as like 10 years ago. Based on this image that I posted to Parkser. Hold on. Like a modern image that I posted to him. Let me see if I can find it. Slash, if you just look at my VODs and see me playing Maple Story, you can literally see my guy. Hold on, let me see. Where is it? I remember I think I posted it in this server. Open in browser. Okay, I found the image. Now let me just post it. This is modern day, hold on. So I actually have a good image of it in good quality. This happened like a month ago. So they have obviously increased the level cap, but I hit level 260. Yeah, it is quite nice too. But also the fact that it's just called Ultra is amazing. Like, I tried to get that name on Twitch, I couldn't do that. Yeah, important word, level up, I'm 260, achievement completed is the key word there. But yeah, now I look like a badass. I mean, look at me in my multiple masks. change my look a little bit. I have a red eye mask on me, and then the face mask as well. I have 2 red masks on me. Dark red is my favorite color, so I have a combination of dark red and black going on there. And I even have the Combo King medal, if you see there, which is that means you're OG shit, okay? The only way you can have a Combo King medal is if you made your account, your Aaron account, when the Aaron class was first released. And they only had that event for a month after it was released, and that's when they closed the event. So I'm an OG, okay? I'm a 2009 Iran. Okay, you know I mean shit when you see that, okay? The Combo King medal there. Having that means you're a thing of legends, okay? But yeah, I'm in a nice guild too, that complements my name. I'm Ultra, and then Lethal is my guild, which is also a nice name to have. I'm in Combo King. Dude, I AFK'd somewhere one time and I just got like free fame. They know I'm a legacy guy. Oh, and I made sure, unlike this Niru guy I was talking about earlier, I made sure to grab my old name when I name changed during that event. So I have the original name too. I have Ultra Polearm. It is in my ownership, should I need it. I also have the name D Steves as well on my merc that I did that jump quest with. My Mercedes. Yeah, you heard that right. That's the name of a class. It's a bowman that wields dual guns. Did that require me to make new characters for each of these? Okay, so the event was like you could like they got rid of like everyone's names basically. So you had to like during the event you had to quickly remake your name. I can't remember how it was. I don't think you have to do that unless you haven't played in a while. But I think they gave out free name changing coupons or something. So I changed to Ultra because the original owner of Ultra did not play for like a certain amount of time. I think that's how that worked. I quickly got on that. I jumped on that, and then I grabbed as many important names as I could possibly get, including the now current rank 1 guy 10 years later, who wasn't the rank 1 even at the time. I think it was just, like I said, the rank 1 of just the server or something. But now he's the rank 1 overall, and he's a big deal now. So I think it's funny that I have his name, his former name, and I have both his former names, because I just learned, like I said, that the rank 1 beginner is the same guy as the rank 1 bishop. And I learned that a couple months ago. Or a month ago. And I have both their names. So rank 1 beginner is a big deal because it means you got to where you're at without even having any skills. Like, actual, like, usable skills. So, like, you got there with just, like, leech, pretty much. Because you didn't actually get, like, a job advancement at all. So it's, like, extremely hard to actually, like, do damage as one of those guys. So those guys get more attention sometimes. So the context of the word beginner is you literally start as that class before you get your first job advancement, right? And then you permanently have your first job advancement after that. But you can opt to not do that, but extremely few people do that, right? Because of course if you're actually playing the game, you want to actually have skills, right? That you can use and do damage with. Or you could just not. Like when you hit level 10, you can just not go to the town where you can job advance, right? And you can just continue to level up. So that's what that guy did. And I even have like a level 135 beginner myself, which was impressive at the time. But nowadays, like, this guy's like level 250. Nowadays, I can get a guy to level 140 in, like I said, 3 hours, which is nothing. I think it's in one of my VODs. I just did a video of me going from level like 10 to 140. So if you want to know what that's like, go find it in my VODs. Which is why I want to show Parkser, so that he's less intimidated to actually get a second guy. It actually makes more than one guy, because I'm trying to advocate for him to make more than one guy. I don't want him to be a one guy Andy, but he's gonna make that his identity. It seems like it's like, all right, if you want to do that and be weaker than me, despite the fact that I'm 30 levels under than you, then that's fine, I guess. Citing time as his reason, despite him being higher leveled than me. Like, okay, I guess. I'm the grinder here, okay? He said he was gonna stream MapleStory again, though, at some point, though. So, we'll see about that. But he hasn't streamed since the New Year. Literally, his last stream with me... I mean, his last stream was with me, is what I meant to say. Which is on New Year's. The thing is, no one would know that he would be the rank 1 for that, except for me, because I have the data. Like I said, not even in SMM2 alone, I can just have data exclusively that no one else has for a given game. I have that for MapleStory, and I posted that on Reddit, recall? But yeah, I posted everyone's, like, accounts. Or at least their, like, mains. He didn't even know he was in the top 8 until I physically had to tell him. For, like, people who have only made one guy. Here I am with 30 guys in this server specifically, so I already have a server, like, my main server, that I have 50 guys in that are all 140 plus. But with this current event, I can very, very quickly get those 50 guys again, which I'm taking full advantage of that. Reddit would know if I posted an update. Dude, my fucking post popped off. Did you see my post? Hold on. Including the person I was talking about earlier who kind of like deleted me from my friends. Apparently, when I went in my their chat, they I don't know why they removed me, but they only removed me after I talked to them, so it was kind of bizarre. But yeah, they saw my Reddit post apparently, or like they said they did. So I don't know why that falling out even needed to happen. But yeah, anyways, there's that. So I posted this and it popped off in the Maple Discord. But yeah, I had a bunch of stats listed, and I was able to find out, just sorting by. If you go onto the spreadsheet, you can if you download it, you can sort by, um, or you can filter by if level equals Legion, and Legion is like their total level. If you think about it, like RuneScape, that's what Legion means. Like total level is the combined level of every character they have in their account combined. I mean, it only keeps track of the highest 42 characters, but still that's a lot considering there's only 49 classes in the game. That's almost every class. So yeah, you just sum all those together, and then that gives you the Legion number. But Parkster's Legion number is the same as his highest level character's number, so that means he only has one guy. He made me an argument that he had a second guy, but I was like, nah, that doesn't count because he didn't get it to level 60, which apparently is the only way it would count for it. Because no, he's called Adam Parkster 2, right? So apparently he messed up somehow on his original Adam Parkster account and made an Adam Parkster 2. I don't remember the circumstances, but yeah, he has his main account is Adam Parkster 2, which is funny. I think he fucked up burning his account, and burning means setting it to a guy where he just gets 3 levels per level all the way up to 260, which is an event that was going on. But you can only assign one guy to it, and I think he fucked up or something. I don't remember the context, but yeah. Did the original name get re-released? No. He is just Adam Parkster 2. He still has the original account, I think, on the same account, but never even got it to level 60, so that doesn't even count in his Legion. He could delete it if he wanted to, he just didn't bother to. And then also he would have to pay $15 to change his name. So I think he just didn't because of that. Understandable, yeah. Well, I'm up to 11,000 minutes now for my thing. The last raid was 19,500 minutes, or 19,600 minutes, almost exactly. So maybe it's starting to update more accurately now. But it's still bizarre because I had a 5,000 minutes watch thing and it looked really weird next to the one that I had at that time. You have to go to bed. Good night. Alright, take it easy. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. In a couple hours, I'm probably gonna have to log off and go back onto Maple and continue making dudes. As I do.
Pokemon Mall? Yeah, it's a banger. Always is, always will be. Herb 99 lives? Well, you can't be perfect all the time, right? I'm sure I'll get over it real soon. Hey look, we're back at 99, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah, we got a lot of bangers around here. I'm gonna go take a small pee break. I'll be back in like less than 60 seconds. Oh, nice world record. Also, I'm back at 99 lives. I'll be right back.
Just realized we're almost at 836,000 clears in about 4 more clears. In other words, that's another decimal percentage done with getting to 1 mil. Will I be the first to 1 mil clears? I think that's pretty much the general consensus, considering the rank 2 is only at 600,000 and I'm at 836,000. So, yeah. I think without a doubt I'm going to be the first one to get there. In comparison to everyone else in the world, I have, even in compared to the second most person, I have half as much work to do as anyone else in the entire world. Oh nice, so we actually did hit it. There it is. Yeah. Just another what is it? 16.4% to go or something like that. Happy Valentine's Day? Yo, appreciate it though. I don't really see the importance of it, as I am not someone who would have a significant other to celebrate it with. So today is just another day for me. Although I did kind of meme and say that I might marry Parkster in Maple Story. That would be kind of funny. As for grind, it certainly is. That's for sure. Wonder how hard the hardest easy level I've ever encountered is. Well, I did play a level where I had to show jump a couple times the other day. So yeah, show jumping apparently still is a thing in easy levels, although it is kind of rare. But most often, if there is a level that's too hard, I would, or like too time consuming, I should say, is a better phrasing, I would probably skip it. So I don't know, in this mode specifically, what's the hardest thing I've cleared. But I have done some show jumps easy and succeeded. And those aren't supposed to be there. I know it's not that hard of a mechanic, but come on, an easy? Well, according to the game's algorithm, it depends on how many times it took them to upload it. Initially, at least that's an initial difficulty. If they died a certain amount of times before uploading it, then that affects the difficulty. So I don't like me and Ray's actually tried to figure out what the difficulty actually means in this game, but we don't have a clear solution. But we do have hints about it. It's not necessarily just clear rate alone. We will say that. For example, there was a level that we encountered where 39 out of 40 people have cleared it, but at a clear rate of 0.5%. So meaning one guy died like 1,000 times or something like that, while everyone else beat it on their first try. So it takes that into account, and it was still classified as easy, even though it had a 0.5% clear rate. In fact, that was deemed the hardest easy level. It wasn't that hard. Well, according to my extremes, not necessarily. Or it might not be as much of a big as a factor as we think it might be, because
On the other side, we tried to find the easiest, hardest, easiest super expert level, and that had like a 33.3% clear rate or something. It's like 1 in 3, so I don't really know what's going on there. A super expert level with a 33% clear rate, and a easy level with a 0.5% clear rate. I mean, you can see this for yourself if you manually go into like hot levels and filter by like difficulty. You can find levels that are 2% in both expert and super expert, for example. Sometimes lower clear rate will be in expert, and higher clear rate will be in super expert. Yeah, the platforming level that you tried getting into expert, you only died sometimes, so it should be should not be super expert, but the clear rate is 2.85%. Somehow it's SC. Yeah, I don't know. Again, clear rate is not the only indicator. I think it's more like a more good factor is like probably the ratio of people who have actually beaten the level. Like individually, like if they've even gotten a single clear on it at all. Not necessarily how many times it's taken them to get that, but that is the initial difficulty setter for the uploader, apparently. There is where clear rate matters the most, is when it comes to how long it takes how many tries it takes the uploader to upload their level.
feel like normal endless, you also do not have to try to beat levels in. Wait, what do you mean? Barely have to try to beat a level in normal endless. I don't know what that means still. I mean, you have to try to beat levels, right? Or you can't beat them, right? You have to put in the physical manpower or brain power to get through a level. Also, there's some like no death normal challenges that are you know, they don't get too far, so it's not like free. I don't think. Like Aura, the person who has the second most super expert levels out of everyone in the game, in terms of world records, struggles with no death normal. Yo, how's it going? Solid Cossack. Am I bald? Every first of an even number month I am. As crazy as that sounds. Because I shave my head by myself. It's very cost effective, honestly. True, true. Must be the baldness. Yeah, speaking about bald, I got rated by Mr. Bald himself 2 days ago. That's pretty good. I actually did get to hang out with Order in person during TwitchCon. Me and him actually walked around the showroom floor together for like a brief, short time, like, I don't know, like 10-15 minutes. Super cool dude. I even took a taxi together. So you're just lurking, you're good. I mean, I got a lot of lurkers around here. Honestly, like 90% of my viewers end up lurking. Admittingly, while I, would prefer chat activity, if it's like that, I'm fine with that as well. You got banned 3 days ago for trading likes in SMM2, but it's only 14 days, so you're unbanned in 11 days? You get banned for 14 days for trading likes? Damn. People are still moderating this game in 2024? Wilding. Can you just not access SMM2, or is it every game you have on the Switch? Did you in-game ask for likes? Or did you do that on like Reddit or something? Razefire's level got taken down for having the word 1 million in it. So that was the thing that happened. Even though it wasn't specifically about likes, it was just he was trying to do a 1 million point challenge. Points is in like the top right thing there. That's maxed out for me right now. Yeah, he was trying to get 1 million points in like a level or something, so he made a level called 1 million. And then that got taken down. Just for asking for likes, allegedly. The level was the only thing that got taken down. He didn't get like a ban or anything like that. So it was kind of weird. People thought he was asking for maker points. You can't get 1 million maker points in this game. That's an impossibility. The most someone's had is like in the 30,000s or something. I think he had that at some point, and then it went like down and then back up or something. I don't remember. I only have 9,000, but I literally just don't even like make levels. Or at least good ones. I made the Ludi PQ level. That was kind of hype. But I'm pretty sure not really anyone understands what that is. And apparently only like 14 people have beat that level. Yeah, people need to go beat this level. Hold on. People brag about me being first in 3 categories. Wait, what do you mean they brag about me being first? Wait, I have 9,001 now? Yo, we're over 9,000? Hold on. Memes. Over 9,000! Literally one over. Anyways, yeah, I made this level. Oh, now it has 19 players. Look at that. Who's beaten it? Very few. Layup. Yeah, people, go beat this level. It has a 0.04% clear rate. Hold on. Is that my lowest? This one's 0.06. This is my lowest clear rate, the LudiPQ level, I think. This one's higher, yeah, 0.47. Mine's 0.04%, so that's wild. That's my lowest level clear rate, even though it wasn't that hard to beat. People understand how to corner boost more than be able to beat that level. That's how wild that is. Mine's not even a precision level, it's just, you gotta just go do the level fast. You have to climb up a tower pretty fast as a cat. In Cat Mario form. Yeah, if you haven't played it yet, go play it, because it's kind of a banger. It kind of sucks though, but I mean it's still good. In a good way. Yeah, basically, I've been talking about this game MapleStory, right, for a while now, and it's from that game, and I recreated the first half of this party quest, which is like, yeah, basically it's a tower in this Legoland-like area, and yeah. Oh, you can't even play it yet, that's right. Here, I'll give a quick run through. I'm not gonna go beat it or anything like that. I mean, it has a very low clear rate, but I can show you stage 1. There's 4 stages. I haven't touched this in forever, so we'll see how it's like. It doesn't even have 10,000 plays. Damn, that's wild. Or my other levels have had a lot more than that. So you have 100 seconds. So that's kind of the kicker here. I already fucked up. Yeah, I guess. Already messed up again. Woo. I think I actually need it. I don't remember if I need it or not. But yeah, the enemy placement is very similar to the actual LudiPQ, to note. But yeah, you need Cat to kind of proceed. Hold on, actually you might be able to finagle it going this way. But yeah, you need Cat because you can't get up here without Cat. So, yeah. Why am I doing this? Oh yeah, and that's another thing. You can't use your attack when you're going through one block things, which makes this climbing even harder. So thanks for the fall, appreciate it. There's a reason it's a 0.04% level. It's not free. But yeah, you get it. Good luck with that one. That's not even the first part of the 4 parts of a level. But yeah, you will not beat it on your first try. But let me give you a background of that level if you were paying attention to the layout. Hold on, let me find it. So I was trying to simulate this, and this was the first stage, so only the first part. So until they go into the keyhole. So that was the premise for why I made that. Note that in the game I just showed you, there is no cat power-up. But the rats are similarly placed in the same locations as the actual rats in this game. So that is to note. I don't know, I've uploaded a 0.04% level and a 0.06% level and a 0.47% level. So I've just beaten my 500th level today, I think. Because I think I started at 150. Now I'm at 650. So I'm probably gonna shoot for, I don't know, 675 maybe. Because I think viewership is already down to like almost the single digits again. And I have some things I need to do anyways. So yeah, I can go for like another 25-ish. But yeah, it was a good raid. She was left independent to get fast levels in easy endless.
Well, I mean, you could say the same thing about finding actual clearable levels in Super Expert, I suppose.
But yeah, it's like the equivalent of difficulty is substituted for speed. Especially in terms of like progress. You have one SE best. I don't remember what my count is, but I barely played Super Expert, like endless. Although I do play individual levels from time to time. Hell, like I said, I just uploaded 3 of them. Well, I wouldn't say just, but you know, I uploaded them a little bit ago. Yeah.
Well, all of them are, if you think about it. I mean, for easy, success is about, going fast. And if you get slow levels, then you're not having good luck. All of them involve some degree of RNG, if you think about it. Ignore that. I accidentally hit the Elgato sound button with my foot. My bad.
Alright, we raid. We played 525 levels today, and I think we're doing. So thanks all for stopping by, and big shout outs to Racefire for raiding me. Very much appreciative of that. But I'll be back on maybe tomorrow, because I've been live for like 9 hours, and I think this is a good time to stop. But yeah, thanks all for stopping by. Love you all. Have a good one.